diplomacy
affect the entire world
and stirred political battlegrounds. India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
The expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me as always is Mahima Vachajani, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll try and solve all your stock related queries. So if you haven't already, do start sending them on the numbers that will be flashing on the top of your screen. The WhatsApp number is up there. Even the number to call us, talk to us directly on your stock related queries is also available up there as well. But before we do that, a very quick check of the declining stage, unfortunately, of the markets today. The Sensex down 1,000 points, with the Nifty 50 now comfortably below the 24,000 level. So it has been a day which has been under pressure and building on to those declines at this point of time. It's a stark reversal from when we did the morning edition of Ask Profit, and shows you the volatility and the weakness we are witnessing across key counters as well as stocks. Let's look at the Nifty 50 now. And while at one point of time there were multiple stocks between the 0 to 1% declines in terms of the heat map for the Nifty 50, we are seeing a little bit of a building on to those actions. So you will see a lot of those has vanished now. Losses below 1% have increased all the way from Ultratech till Bajaj Finance, which is down almost 4%, Axis Bank, Shriram Finance, M&M, Bajaj Finserv, all are leading the Nifty down today. In terms of the contribution for the Nifty 50, in terms of both the gainers and the losers, the gainers of course a little lesser at this point of time, but in terms of the losers, the banking names Axis, HDFC are leading the charge, and so is Bharti Airtel at this point of time. The sectoral heat map though has been reflecting to us that the private banking space as well as the Nifty Bank has been down consistently over the last couple of days, and now the Nifty Auto has also, from gains in the morning, has now become the top loser at 2.7%. So investors taking off money in spaces that have done well, and that's clearly visible in the top 3 to 4 sectors that are biggest losers right now. In terms of the gainers, pharma, oil and gas and energy are leading the charge, but not enough to subside the gains as well. But the advance decline ratio, Mahima, we've been tracking very extensively. In the morning it was 3 to 1 in terms of the advances leading the charge, but when you look at the advance decline now, and we'll get to that in just a bit, it shows you the pressure that the benchmarks is. So we are almost at an equal range now, which is 1:1, but shows you the volatility and the lack of strength essentially in the counters.
Yes, because the broader markets which were fairly doing well have kind of turned into the red. The mid cap 150 right now is trading with cuts of about 0.8%. The small cap 250 is also almost trading flat, but the small cap 100 is doing fairly well, and largely the gains are led by all this Jal Jeevan Mission led stocks. So a lot of small cap water infra-based stocks are doing fairly well, and that's something that's kind of leading the gains in the small cap space. But otherwise, as Puneet was mentioning, all the gains that you had kind of seen in the markets yesterday has been completely washed off right now. Sensex down almost by about 1,500%. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's get in your stock related queries. We're now joined by Kunal Rambia, as the fund manager and trading strategist at the Streets, joining us now. Kunal, thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question is from Vanita Bala, who's writing us from Kuwait, asking about Bajaj Finance. She's got 146 shares at the levels of 940. Wants to know as to what should be the course of action for her. What's the view on Bajaj Finance?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the show. So as far as Bajaj Finance is concerned, if you look at the recent rally, the counter actually declined from 1,050 and now it's trading at 900. So yes, the short-term trend is definitely negative. But if you look at the last 3 to 4 months behavior, it's been a bit of in the range bound itself. On the lower side, we have 850 as a strong support, and we have seen 1,050 as the strong resistance. So I think if the view is a little long term, then continue holding this position till 850 as a stop loss. But if the counter manages to close below 850 on a weekly basis, then it's an exit.
Got that view, Kunal, and thanks for joining in. The next question that we're getting in is from Lalita from Bengaluru. She's holding shares of BHEL at this point of time, roughly 485 at 272, and right now in the loss. She's asking if it's a good time to average down right now. Would you recommend that, Kunal, at this point of time?
Hi, Puneet. So if you look at BHEL, again, this counter is absolutely range bound and has not done anything in last 1.5 to 2 months. If you look at the support, that's at around 245 and the resistance is at around 265, 270. So rather than averaging out, just hold on to the position with the stop loss of 245. And by any chance, in the coming days, if the counter manages to break about 275, 280 mark, then the momentum can be captured by initiating a long. But otherwise, don't average out at this level because counter has not done much in last 1.5 to 2 months.
Okay, all right. Of course, we're also now joined by Vilit Bolinjkar also on this side of the show. And we have Sanjay calling us from Mysore. Sanjay, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, ask your question.
Ma'am, KPI Green Energy stock, ma'am, 1,131 quantity, ma'am. Average price 456, ma'am. Correct loss, ma'am, 1 lakh, ma'am. Seller road, ma'am. Please technical analysis, ma'am.
Okay. Kunal, I'll stick with you for this one. He's sitting on a loss of 1 lakh rupees. Your suggestion with regards to which charts go?
See, Mahima, if you look at this counter from Jan 2024 so far, this counter has not fallen below 335 mark. In fact, just 2 days ago, this counter made a low at around 335 and now it's trading at 366 with a gap up behavior today. But 335 is a level to watch out as a strong support and the level to add the counter if at all he wishes to average out. Though now he is already sitting in a deep losses rather than averaging, I would say still continue to hold this counter. If the counter manages to hold this 335, then in the coming months, we might see the levels of 420, 25 very soon. Again, revisit the channel at that time and ask someone who is available. But I think continue to hold for now. It's absolutely a thumbs up.
Absolutely a thumbs up for now by Kunal. But viewers, you can also call us, talk to us on your stock related queries as well. But the next question coming in on SMS Pharma. Now, Sarat Babu from Dubai, and hopefully all's good at your end, Sarat, is holding shares of SMS Pharma, bought at 202 rupees per share. So he's almost doubled his money in this particular time frame. He's asking if he should hold on for some more time or is it time to book the profits? Vineet, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Do you track this counter by any chance? Any recommendation for Sarat?
So I would recommend him to continue holding on to the stock. We think that there are good times ahead on this company, and hence we would recommend you to hold on to this stock from current levels.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on SMS. But we've got our next caller, Pramod, is calling us from Bengaluru. Pramod, a very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on Praj Industries.
Yeah, good afternoon. I actually bought 255 shares of Praj Industries at 468 rupees.
Okay.
Now I'm sitting at the loss of 40,000. But I'm planning to hold it for a long time as I thought ethanol is going to improve much. So what should I do now? I'm already at a huge loss. Should I average it out or should I book losses?
Okay, got your question, Pramod. Vineet, I'll come to you on this one. We've seen a rally in sugar on the back of the ethanol news that came in, but he's still sitting on a loss of around 40,000 rupees. What would you recommend?
Should continue to hold on. I think this is not the time to sell this stock. The industry tailwinds are very strong, and we expect this to play out continuously in the medium to long term. So you can continue to hold this stock, and you may even average a bit.
A bit on Praj Industries is what Vineet recommends. But the next question is coming in from Nagabhushanam from Vishakhapatnam. He's holding shares of Tata Motors, bought at 350. And asking if it's a good time to still hold or sell out. Vineet, let me stick with you for this one as well. What would you recommend him to do? Because while the India business is doing well, JLR continues to have its own set of problems. Your view on the stock?
These problems are going to persist for some time. So you would be better off buying this stock gradually as the stock comes lower. And average out slowly. I think that once this war scenario settles down, I think Tata Motors PV is going to come back with a bang.
Got that view, Vineet. The अगला जो कॉलर है वो अंबाला से है. अजय ज्वाइन करें हमारे साथ, एक स्टॉक क्वेरी करें. अजय, शो में आपका स्वागत है. कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ आपकी?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. मेरा क्वेश्चन किलो बड़ी पे है.
हाँ.
तो मेरा 500 शेयर है, तो 523 पे.
ओके.
मेरा तो ये है कि सारे इंडक्शन वाले स्टॉक चल रहे हैं, बटरफ्लाई के साथ. तो क्या मैं 500 शेयर इसमें रख सकता हूँ कि ये कुकवेयर भी बनाती है इंडक्शन की, और इंडक्शन भी जो चल रहा है शॉर्टेज ऑफ गैस के कारण?
करेक्ट. नहीं समझ सकता मैं अजय, ये काउंटर ने बहुत अंडर परफॉर्म किया है. एंड विनीत, मैं आपके पास आता हूँ इस अजय के लिए कोई राय के लिए, बिकॉज सेलो वर्ल्ड के अर्निंग्स काफ़ी वीक रहे इस दौरान. क्या आप रेकमेंड करेंगे अजय को टू कंटिन्यू होल्ड या अभी उनको सेल आउट करना चाहिए? बिकॉज काउंटर में काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं कि वो प्रेशर बना रहा है.
ये काफी डिसअपॉइंट किया सेलो वर्ल्ड ने, और हमें लगता है कि ये स्टॉक यहाँ से और भी नीचे आ सकता है. तो इसके अर्निंग्स के टर्न अराउंड की राह देखे, उसके पहले बाद में ही आप ये स्टॉक में एंट्री ले। तब तक आप या एग्जिट करें या इसको आप होल्ड करें।
ठीक है. Okay, so that's the view on Seller World. The next question that we have is from Kameswara Rao, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh, asking about TCS. He's got around 55 shares bought at the levels of 3,300. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or sell at this point of time. Kunal is sitting on a loss of around 45,000 rupees. What would you recommend?
Now, again, if you look at the recent term trend, the short term trend from 3,300, the counter is already in the oversold trajectory and reached 94.75. But still, there is no consolidation seen on the chart. So, from the short term point of view, it's a clear exit. But if the view is positional and long term, then I think any decline from here on. So, we have in house kept the levels of around 2,400 in mind. If the counter reaches near 2,400, we'll start looking at it from our long term portfolio perspective. But as of now, it's certainly negative. So try to exit this and move on to the counters which are in good momentum to recoup the losses which he has already made.
Got the view, Kunal. But the next question coming in yet again on the pharma space. Aluvis Pharma is what we are putting our focus on now, and Shriram is holding shares at 582. He's asking what he should do with this counter. What would you recommend, Vineet? Should he continue to hold this one?
Yes, I think you should definitely hold on to this stock. It's a great company, and they do well even in the worst of times when the CV cycles are not doing well, because they used in after sales vehicles, and I think that the stock should do very well going ahead.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Engineers India. Madesh from Tamil Nadu wants to know if this is the right time to buy this counter. Kunal, your view on the charts, do you think this is the right entry point?
The only positive which I can see is that there was a day somewhere in the month of Feb where the counter gap up opened by around 11% and then continued up rally. And that level was around 190. Yesterday counter made a low of around 190 and now it's consolidating near 200. That's the only positive which I can see. Apart from that, there is no major trend on the counter. So I would advise a viewer to actually stick to the counters which are in good momentum rather than just buying and waiting for that counter to perform in the future. So it's an avoid for now. Keep a watch on it. If the counter manages to go about 210, that can be a good short-term breakout to think of buying this counter.
Got the view, Kunal. But another caller from Andhra Pradesh now. Reddy has a stock query for us. Reddy, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yes, sir. Should I buy HDFC stock at the price rate of 832 for the 1 year holding for 4 lakh rupees?
Got it. So you want to invest in HDFC Bank right now? You don't hold it currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Vineet, let me come back to you. He wants to invest 4 lakh rupees in HDFC Bank. Are you in the camp where these private banks have corrected enough to buy into it, or do you feel that it's not the time right now, looking at what's happening in the private banking space right now?
Personal view is that over the next couple of quarters, the trajectory of price will turn upwards. And while it's difficult to time them, so what I would recommend to him is to stagger his 4 lakh investment that he wants to do on the buy side into small packets of 50 to 100,000, which he can buy over the next 4 to 6 quarters. 4 to 6 months, sorry.
Okay, that's the view coming in on HDFC Bank. The next one is from Dr. Lavanya, who's writing us from Meluru, asking about United Spirits. She's got 80 odd shares at the levels of 1460. She wants to know whether she should hold or sell. Vineet, I'll stick with you for this one. Since the news of Karnataka government coming in and saying that they will not now cap the prices for these alcohol companies, I wanted to understand your view on this one, because the stock has been gaining on the back of that recently.
So it's a great company, but we think that Radico Khaitan is a much better stock to buy. There is significant, it is significantly underpriced, and we would prefer buying Khaitan over day.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the view coming in on this, space, and of course United Spirits as well. The next one is on Bharti Airtel, and this is from Ranjit, who's writing in. He says that he's purchased Bharti Airtel at the levels of 1885. He wants to know if he should add or hold at this point of time. Kunal, your view on the charts?
So he can continue to hold because the counter has not really broken the major support of 1800 so far. The level which it is holding on since one and a half year approx. So yeah, it's a hold as of now. But if counter breaks below 1800, then it's an exit.
The next caller is from Andhra Pradesh yet again. Pawan Kumar has a stock query for us. Pawan, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, my query was about Colgate Palmolive.
Okay.
I buy it at 2,748 rupees. 58 shares.
And when did you buy this, Pawan?
I buy it I holding from nearly 1 year ago.
1 year. Okay, got it. And can you hold it for some more time? Then I can get you the long-term view of the stock.
Yeah, I can wait for about 1 year, but I want to know what is the stock status, whether it will move forward or it will down, or I want to buy at current level. I want to average.
Got it. And fair question, Pawan. Vineet, very quickly, would you recommend Colgate at this point of time to average down, as well as your view on the stock?
I think it's a great stock to own from the long term. Obviously, when he's a buyer of Colgate, he is wanting to invest over the long run. So I think every decline that persists is one where you should be accumulating stock gradually over the next couple of months, where we expect the market to kind of find some kind of its own bottom.
Okay, in fact, the stock is at its day's low point, but Nuvama did confirm that there is no development as such, and they've said that Q4 is going to be better as compared to Q3, and FY27 will build on that. So that's something that you should know about Colgate. But it's time for a rapid fire round now. Vineet as well as Kunal, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on Shakti Pumps. Our viewer has bought at the price of 551. Short-term targets and stop loss on this one. Kunal?
Hold on with the stop loss of 520 and the targets can be 575.
SBI bought at 1165. Vineet, is it a good time to average now?
Not really. We think that the market will sell off further given the woes of the Gulf crisis.
Okay, Siemens, for the next 6 months, what are the charts indicating, Kunal?
So as of now, sideways consolidating counter, resistance at 3,300, take an exit.
AGI Greenpack bought at roughly around 781, Kunal, by a viewer. Needs to know if she should hold on or sell out.
Hold on for now.
Netweb Technologies, from a long-term perspective of 5 years, is this a good time to enter, Vineet?
Definitely, one should look to buy this stock. It's got a great run up ahead of it, given the interest for AI and their chips and equipments.
Hindustan Copper bought at 640 by Rao. What should we do, Kunal, with this counter? Is it a good time to average?
Not to average, but hold on to the old position with the stop loss of 525.
Okay, Exide bought at the levels of 334. What are the charts indicating, Kunal?
So as of now, it's a sideways consolidating near lower levels. So avoid the fresh entry. But if someone is already holding, hold with the stop loss of 300.
Welspun Corp bought at 550 rupees per share. Vineet, is it a good time to book out the profits now?
Can continue to hold on. We think it's a great company and the outlook for the stock is very good going ahead.
Okay, Raymond Limited is the next one. Ashwin wants to know from a long-term perspective of 2 years, this is a good hold. Vineet, your view?
Yeah, we are quite positive on this stock.
Sevas bought into Office, bought at 400 rupees per share, Kunal. Stocks definitely down since then, but what would you recommend him for his 2,500 shares?
So it's a clear declining counter. Excluding today, it was in downtrend. So hold on for now because of today, the gain is really good. Stop loss is 260.
Okay, KPR Mills, what's the target price and is this the right time to buy? Kunal, your view on the charts?
KPR Mill, the overall trend is sideways, exit.
Is it a good time to buy into TD Power right now? Would you recommend that, Vineet, to our viewer?
It's sell on this counter. Great company, but valuations are very rich.
Irita, what are the charts indicating? The viewer's stop loss is already hit. What should he do, Kunal?
Try to take an exit if the counter breaks 110, otherwise hold on for now.
Yes Bank bought 19,000 shares at roughly 20 rupees by Prashant. Vineet, should he hold on for the next 3 years is his question.
Undoubtedly, very good company to hold.
Okay, Kala Mandir, that is of course Sai Silk. Mahesh wants to know a long-term outlook on this one. Vineet, any view?
We are positive on this stock. We think but you'll have to have a slightly long holding period.
SpiceJet bought by Abhijit at 28 rupees, Vineet. Roughly around 1,000 shares. Should he average down right now, or what would you recommend?
Don't average, but it's too cheap. It's only one of the few counters, and our airline industry is in an uptick, so it should come back again.
Got it. Well, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as this edition of Ask Profit. But Kunal as well as Vineet, thank you as always for helping us solve almost 31 queries that we've done in these 20 minutes. But viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of the show. Roughly around 91 queries, Mahima. So we are getting there, but largely away from our number of 100. But we'll try again tomorrow. That's all the time we have on the show. India Market Close comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen, And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Welcome, you're watching India Market Close, and Alex, we seem to be at the low point of the day as more bad news is trickling in. I'm seeing on the NDTV Profit ticker news from NDTV that Iran is now saying they're going to target US tech companies, Nvidia, Google, and all of their assets in the Middle East now on target.
Yeah, absolutely. And that seems to have caused a risk-off sentiment globally. Europe, as it stands, is all down. And it seems like the frontline companies and banks in India are being targeted in terms of that selling. So you are seeing a lot of pressure in the Nifty bank at the low point of the day. And you are seeing frontline companies like Bajaj Finance, Bajaj Finserv, several other large NBFCs also losing ground quite considerably today.
So here's what's happening on D Street. Nifty has wiped off yesterday's gains. It's a sell on rise strategy. The sell on rise is finished and it's just sell whatever you can strategy right now. If I'm being honest, it is that bad. Since February 26th, that's 26th of February, Nifty is now down nearly 1,500 points. India VIX has spiked again, nearing the 21 mark. 24,000, which was earlier a support level, seems to now be a resistance level. 23,700 has become the new support level. Small cap 100 has outperformed, trades in green largely because of gains in the Jal Jeevan related stocks. So there are few pockets over there which are doing okay. Everything else is in bad shape. Defensive are in play. Nifty Pharma is top sectoral gainer. Nifty Private Bank Index is among the top losers, down 7% in March. Is the worst month since June 2022. I want to pull up the India VIX for the current rate right now, and then the Nifty heat map will give you a sense of what's happening at this point. And yeah, this spike again, this is what's making people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The bears are back. The Nifty heat map will tell you what is dragging down the Nifty, because fewer constituents. Here is where you should focus. Bajaj Finance. I mean, this is a hammering.
Yeah.
Now, this morning we were talking about the Macquarie note and that story that NBFCs now will have the same rules as private banks when it comes to
leadership.
Their executive directors. Has to be cut off to 70. RBI will decide their salaries, etc. That's maybe a pain point playing out. Axis, Bajaj Finserv, all looking bad. All the auto pack, which was recovering yesterday, is hammered down again massively. What's up? Coal India, Geo Financial, and NTPC. Sun Pharma is now clearly defensive play. So this is what's dragging down the Nifty.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tamanna, a few of these names in the red stand out, right? You have ICICI Bank cuts of nearly 9/10%, Reliance Industries cuts of about 1%, HDFC Bank down over 1.8% at this point, Axis Bank down about 3.6%. Pull up the constituents and the contributors on the Nifty 50 and you will see what I'm talking about. It is the private banks right there. HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, Bajaj Finance, M&M. These are leading the declines. Not too much in the way of contributors. Pull up the sectoral heat map just to drive home that point. And in the morning today, you had quite a bit of green on the screen that has completely evaporated. The tide has turned. The Nifty metal was trading with gains of over 1% or thereabouts. It has erased that completely. Auto is trading now at the low point of the day, one of the worst hit. Private banking index is also down. And by the way, while we were speaking, the small cap index slipping into the red.
Yeah. So now here's the latest that we were talking about. Iran has threatened attacks on US tech companies. Google, Microsoft, Nvidia are likely to be targeted. That's the news that we're getting coming in. May be the reason why you're seeing this kind of a hit. We'll pull up European markets for you in a bit, and that's also showing that hit. But let me go across to Gurmeet Chadda first, who's joining us on the show this afternoon. Gurmeet, you know, we swing so quickly from bad news to little better news, back to bad news, that it's difficult really to make any kind of a call on what's happening in the markets right now. But do you see this instability continuing for some time?
Yeah, hi Tamanna. I think our issue has been persistent FI outflows. And if you see, that's what actually is putting pressure on the rupee also. So our current account deficit, and that is not been a problem. In fact, the current FX reserves also are at about 8-9 months. So I think that probably it's a bit of a chicken egg thing, right? If currency keeps depreciating, you see the way some of our large caps have fallen, and some of them are at very decent valuations, whether it is some of the banks or M&M or even Reliance, which has done anything, just tells you there is probably supply pressure, which is actually weighing on the sentiment. So on negative news, we do fall, but on the way up, we are showing less attraction, which is one cause of worry. But as I said, the valuations are becoming very reasonable. Market sometimes will test you. I think it's been a very testing 18 months, especially last couple of months. But almost 330 out of BSE 500 stocks are below 200 DMA. 70% stocks are almost 25-30% down. That I'm talking about top 500. The pain is much deeper once you go. So I think we are in this phase where intelligent, disciplined investing will reward. But for now, I think you have to endure this pain. And from a near-term perspective, I think we have to see how it goes. The situation is very fluid. So if there is a ceasefire, let's say, things can turn very quickly. Also, my personal view is looking at oil prices is that even Russia is now coming back. Even I think there's probably some sense of understanding, even in terms of the Russia-Ukraine war. So when the good news will also come, suddenly you will have good news on two fronts. One is the current one, which is the Iran-US-Israel one, and then on the Russia-Ukraine front.
But hi Gurmeet, good afternoon from my end as well, Alex here. I'm just wondering and I think a lot of our viewers will also be wondering this, hame kyun peeta ja raha itna? Because ultimately you've had foreign institutions selling for quite a while, and there are relative pockets of strength even in India. It seems like Indian equities are getting beaten worse than others, and there are large investors globally that are also reducing their weightage. I think you pointed that out on social media as well.
Yeah, so Alex, as I said, I think our timing of capital gain tax hike wasn't the right thing. I think economy was slowing down. EPS growth was at its weakest when we hiked LTCG from 10 to 12.5, and then the issues, the global issues took over, and then if you see the emerging market index return, I mean we have underperformed by 50%. That's 5,000 basis points. So a lot of these funds are market cap adjusted, right? Mark to market adjusted. So let's say with the Norges fund, we were at 2.1%, and it's fallen by 40 basis points because mark to market, the market has, so a lot of them are self-adjusted funds which follow mark to market basis. That's why I'm saying something has to be done to, address this because this is also putting pressure on rupee, which in turn is further putting pressure on the outflows. So while government has done yesterday, for example, they did a note 3 which they did, or allowing some of the Chinese investments up to 10%. We saw data center tax holiday for 2047. I think more steps are needed. Maybe at some point of time we may consider a dollar bond issuances, which we have done earlier, although FX reserves are comfortable, and relooking policy in terms of taxing FIs. So I think other than that, and obviously the global sentiment has weighed on us, but the macro dashboard looks good. Bank credit growth is back. GDP numbers are looking good. Valuations have become reasonable. It's just problem
is, Gurmeet, in the middle of a forest fire, it's difficult to see those green shoots. And what we're seeing is a raging forest fire, let's be honest. I want to pull up latest Brent rates. I want to pull up what's happening in Europe. We'll just give you a sense of the kind of concerns there. So Brent is still under $90 a barrel, which is fine. But it's the front of the war seems to be spreading. And pull up European indices, and that's why, because the latest which we talked to you about is Iran now saying that it's going to target installations of US companies, US-based companies, and these are technological companies. Think data centers, think, they're kind of places of where they will have all of their capabilities outside the United States and in the Gulf countries, perhaps. I want to pull up US futures right now. We'll give you a sense of what's happening there and where the direction is. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Remember, important data points on inflation coming in the US markets tonight. So maybe that's the focus. Rahul Sharma also with us this afternoon. He's Director and Head of Technical and Derivatives Research at JM Financial. Rahul, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Just talking about that 23,900 mark, which looks very, very flimsy now. Where are support levels appearing for the Nifty?
Yes, so we did see a bounce back in the last two trading sessions, but that seems to have fizzled out in today's session. The meaningful support for the Nifty is placed at 23,500, which is where the important Fibonacci support level is. At the same time, bottoms in such periods are generally not a one-day activity. They are formed over a period of a few trading sessions. So we feel that either it has to be a double bottom around 23,700, and if not, 23,500 seems like a very likely choice. So keep eyes wide open in case 23,700 comes in and there is an attempt to bounce back from there. Or alternatively, you can keep some allocation available at a lower level on the Nifty. Having said that, also keep an eye on the India VIX, which has been fluctuating all over the place in the last 3-4 trading sessions, up and down by 10-15% day on day. And that essentially generally bottoms out when it hits around 30% mark. Last time it happened was way back in 2024 due to the general elections outcome. So these are the two key factors we are keeping an eye on. At the end of the day, I think markets are supreme, but there's a high possibility that the bottom is formed on either of these instances.
I do want to ask you, Rahul, about the Nifty Bank. And all through the last couple of weeks, even when there has been considerable pressure on the downside, people have been saying that the Nifty Bank perhaps is a way to play this and to, get a little bit of security amidst this falling market. But that hasn't panned out. There's quite a bit of selling that is played out in the Nifty Bank. Would you say that you'd played this a little cautiously? Would you still venture out and buy at this moment for upside targets of 58 heading towards 60?
Yes, so Bank Nifty is a tricky one at this point in time because we have private banks which are extending weakness. PSU banks have been the darling of the market since last more than 6 months now. On a comparative scale, Bank Nifty, which enjoyed leadership hitherto, has sort of taken a backseat and it has seen action on this short side. Now, to give you a direct answer, I think the best thing to do over here would be to start with PSU banks first. If Bank Nifty has to reverse, it has to be PSU banks. And mind you, PSU banks have given a meaningful correction after many, many months now. And we feel that this is a good opportunity to enter into quality names, the blue-eyed boys like SBI, Canara Bank or Bank of Baroda. Now, secondly, for Bank Nifty to sort of, find its feet, a bit of a consolidation cooling off is a must for it to happen to make any sense of the current downtrend. Especially what is also important is the options change. So as of now, the options data is not indicating a solid base formation for the index. So maybe time will tell, but at least as of now, it has to be the PSU banks which should be looked upon as buying on dip in this kind of a scenario for the banking space. Once some stability emerges, I think private banks could also be preferred. But as of now, it's better to be narrow-minded at this point in time.
Okay. All right. Let's go to our segment or rather feature bull versus bear, because Bajaj Auto had an interesting piece of news today on the negative side. It had to do with Maharashtra announcing that it would be holding back on the licenses that it would give for three-wheelers. Remember, this is regulated, and so it requires Maharashtra government to send out some of these licenses to allow Bajaj Auto to sell, and most of the sales take place by Bajaj Auto. But there are things that are working in the favor of Bajaj Auto as well. Let's bring in Puneet, who tracks all of this very, very closely to put this in perspective. Puneet, is there more bull than bear?
Well, there are some bull cases most certainly, but the high margin three-wheeler business slightly seems to be under pressure now. And that's after Maharashtra Transport Minister actually came out with temporarily suspending the issuance of auto permits in the state. Now, that's largely going to be impacting the three-wheeler sales of Bajaj, and we'll come back to it in just a bit, because the company has diversified into the electric three-wheeler space with new launches with new brand names called Ricky as well as Gogo. Both have been impacting the electric three-wheeler market very strongly, but it's not enough to subside the volumes in the ICE and the CNG space, because it's almost 4x of what they sell for the EV three-wheelers. So that's the first bull versus bear case. In the second one, they've largely seen that Maharashtra alone accounts for almost 15% of the overall three-wheelers sold by the company. And hence it's a big market, sizable market. This number also includes the export that they do for the three-wheeler business. So on an India basis, it's around 17%, consolidated 15% of sales from just the one state. Now, they have tried to navigate this with over the last 2 years with launches in the electric three-wheeler space that are almost 82,000 units sold in the 11 months of FY26, but still lower than the electric, of course, the ICE space as well. In terms of market share, Bajaj almost has 87% market share just in Maharashtra. So out of the 100 autos sold on the CNG and the ICE side, 87 are of Bajaj Auto, and hence it gets directly impacted with this particular ruling. EV portfolio has delivered double-digit EBITDA margins at this point of time. This also includes the two-wheelers business as well. So on the margin side, maybe some relief that the EV business could provide. But the high margin business, this is because of a 30% margins that the ICE three-wheeler does, the EV business isn't there yet. So might be a little tough one. But given what we've seen in terms of Bajaj Auto, the stock's trading at 23 times price to earnings for FY27. That's lower than the 26 that used to do. But largely still, this is another problem essentially that Bajaj has to focus on, face on in Q4, and something to watch out for going forward.
Okay, thank you for that, Puneet. You know, that's of course Bajaj Auto, but if you look at the Nifty Auto, down about nearly 3%, and Nifty Auto in particular, shades of pain today. Perhaps amongst other things is that if petrol diesel prices are eventually going to go up, and it just may happen looking at the shortage of gas, fuel constraints overall, does that impact this group of companies as well? Deepak Shenoy also joining in on our conversation this afternoon. He's CEO of Capital Mind Mutual Fund. Welcome, Deepak. We have a great lineup today. Rahul, Deepak, Gurmeet, all of them joining in while we're trying to figure out what's going on in the world and in Indian markets. Deepak, this is as wide a question as I can start with. Do you think that there is more concern on the screen when we're seeing reports of LPG cylinders running out here and there, canteens having to serve cold food, one court having to serve cold food? Then we are thinking this is not just headlines. There's now concern on the screen as well that's showing?
In some way, yes, I think there is a short-term concern. I believe that when you have a supply disruption of some sort, there will always be some time for readjustment to find new supplies, to ration current supplies to a point where you can ensure flow appropriately. Now, India has seen a few of these things in the past. So I think at some level, we will perhaps try to control flow initially and eventually let the free flow come by. It may take some time while disruptions are in place, because you can't just create new supply arrangements overnight. It may take a few days to a few weeks to get some of these supply things back in shape. During that time, I'm sure some industries will suffer, some kitchens will suffer, like you're saying. They've tried to minimize disruption to households, while of course commercial kitchens will have some impact. And I think, given that India also has domestic production facilities, we do a lot of refining that also serves domestic needs and exports. So you can repurpose some of the exports to meet domestic needs. There is going to be some of that recalibration happening because even if you're supplying to another country, you can't suddenly stop their supplies because then they have to readjust. So there's a bit of a period of recalibration. I feel over time this will get solved. We may have to take some pain for a few days. Think of it as the same way that you would have if you had a natural disaster. There are disruptions to everything, to supplies, to food, to electricity, and so on. But
that's where I would counter. We should not think of this as a natural disaster. This is very man-made, not by us, and we're suffering the consequences. I mean, the poor students who can't have tandoori roti because someone decided to have a war with someone. It's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think morally we can't justify any of this stuff. But I think at this point we have to look at how we will, react and fix things, because I don't think we can stop the going-ons happening elsewhere in the world. So our disruptions are real, and our disruptions are not going to be affected by what we do. We can't undisrupt any of this stuff. So in that context, we should react. Prepare ourselves. Perhaps there is a strategic reserve, so in case of an extreme emergency, we will use it. I'm sure, but this is a time when you kind of hunker down and say, yeah, there is a crisis. We will fix it. But during this intermediate time, we will have difficulties and go on. So stock markets look at short-term things, unfortunately, as if they're going to last forever. But I don't think this will. So if this produces short-term opportunities, then that's one thing. I mean, for a stock to be beaten down just because of the short-term supply disruptions. But I don't think these are long-term in nature. Give it a month or so, and then we should be back. But we are going to face some trouble for a month, and that's more problematic on an individual basis than on a valuation of these companies basis.
Okay, I do hope that in this interim, Gurmeet, Chola Bhatura does not get taken off the menu. But we'll come back to that in just a bit. I do want to go across to my colleague Soumit Sarkar for our regular feature, and this is Heard on the Street, and this is where the buzz from the dealing rooms comes through. And it must be said, Soumit, that in the past few days, the buzz has quietened quite considerably. What is the buzz today?
Well, the selling pressure that we are looking overall in the market, the buzz on the street is that some Singapore-based hedge funds have a shut shop, and this liquidation is leading to this selling pressure in the market overall that we are looking at. Apart from that, few stock-specific action. Firstly, on Industar, there are few buy flows on the institutional desk. Delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side on this counter, so keep an eye out for this Industar. For Karnataka Bank, this was part of our segment on March 6th as well, and the stock has been on an uptrend since then. We did indicate that large prominent HNIs have been buying this counter, and the stock has been gaining. Now dealers are indicating that there is a possibility of a potential management reject that could happen when it comes to Karnataka Bank. So keep an eye out for that counter as well. The stock has been gaining despite the fact that we are seeing a downside in the market for the last 1 week. For Newland Lab, there are buy flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers expect strong sales for one of its key API drugs. ONGC, another counter where there are some buy flows on the HNI desk, and the dealers indicate that cheap valuations and a possibility of a higher dividend that could come in from ONGC side is one of the reasons why HNIs have been accumulating this counter in trade. And lastly, when it comes to GSPL and Gujarat Gas, both the stocks have been gaining in trade more than 5%, at least at one point of time that I had seen. The buzz on the street is that the merger approval that was announced months back is expected to come in very soon, and that is one of the reasons why both the stocks have been gaining in trade.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. And I will come to both Gurmeet and Deepak in just a bit on some of those, and in particular that buzz on the Singapore hedge funds. But Rahul, quick view on the stocks that even in this market, according to you, look attractive. Just chartically, and I know that things are shifting quite dramatically on a daily basis, but chartically, what looks attractive? Individual stocks.
Yes, there are two names that come to our mind. One of them is NTPC. If you simply compare the first Feb low with the budget day low compared to what it is today, the stock has still gone up in this entire period. Technically, one of the best positioned stock in the large cap space. And we feel that it has got long legs. The stock may eventually head towards 450, 440, 450 in the medium term to come. So from a positional delivery perspective, NTPC is the one to go. As a disclaimer, we've recommended this to our clients. Another stock which is holding up very well is National Aluminium. Aluminium stocks, like we all know, have been doing relatively well. In fact, today there is a breakout attempt in the stock to cross the 400 mark. And the next meaningful stop for the resistance for the stock is placed around 430, 431. So we feel that trading buy can be done in National Aluminium for a target of 425, 430. Stop loss can be placed around 390 for the long positions. So these are two stocks which are holding well despite of what is happening in the Nifty, despite of the overall volatility in the market. They are completely a different set of sentiment altogether.
Rahul, thanks so much on that note for joining us. We understand you have to leave, but thanks so much for taking the time. Pleasure having you.
Thank you so much.
Gurmeet, I want to come to you on this buzz that there has been a liquidation event that Singapore-based, and Deepak, you can come in on this as well, because it seems like some of these frontline stocks are being hammered because there is considerable selling, and it might just be a liquidation event. So does that, in your opinion, provide opportunities?
So, Alex, could be a one-off, in terms of one particular fund doing it. But, it's even yesterday, the FI flows were significantly negative. In fact, now it's been almost averaging 5,000-6,000 crores a day. So the problem to me is a little more structural. And I think, as I said, we need to probably address this issue. We have underperformed big time. And now when, things go down, we are actually falling more. So even we were not doing well even when crude was $70. Right? So I think it needs a bit of a more policy reform, and I think at some point of time, valuations have become reasonable. So one is a normalization which market does over a period of time, right? That your overall valuations improve. As I said, 60-70% stocks are down 30%. So that is one part. And second is at some point of time, once I think the big trigger would be currency stabilizing and slightly appreciating. And I think that's one trigger we need to watch. I think probably more measures needs to be done, not just the swaps, maybe figure out some more tools, and maybe more measures like what we did yesterday, the tax holiday till 2047. We need foreign capital. I think the school of thought that domestic savings will suffice and we don't need FIs. I think that's not, we are a growth hungry nation. And at some point of time, long-term patient capital has to be rewarded. So hopefully something happens soon.
Yeah, Gurmeet, I think I've cited your own post with that meme from Hum Aapke Hain Kaun to I don't know how many people, where no matter what happens, poor Renuka Shahane is only falling down the stairs. And that's how Indian markets are. And I want to talk a bit about that. There seems to be a fundamental concern which is getting masked by the dumpster fire right now. Because even when there is a reversal, in say US markets, Trump comes and says something, etc. Indian markets don't really follow through.
Well, absolutely. And sorry, is it to Deepak? Sorry.
To Gurmeet, and then I'll come to Deepak with the same point of view. What is the fundamental issue over here? Fundamental pain point. Sorry, yes, Gurmeet.
So, it's even yesterday, if you see yesterday, we were barely 1% up, and maybe had to do with a bit of a weekly expiry yesterday, and we've as I said, we have underperformed. So I think there is a bit of a under ownership, and that under ownership is actually getting a little bit spiraled. But as I said, Tamanna, the valuations, which was one concern, the fact that India missed the AI and the new themes like EV and green energy to some extent. Not exactly green energy. Over there also, I think things are tapering off. So one was the pressure of you not participating in the AI, which I think is now softening. Second was your valuations being rich, which are now correcting. And I think we had a decent earning growth this quarter. I don't know what this disruption will do. So once we get a bit of an earning growth back, once things normalize. So one is the normalization. Second, I think we need to do a little more. Our post-tax, post-dollar return are, I think, amongst the second worst last year. And I think that needs to be addressed. At least the currency part needs to be addressed. So once the FIs are clear that you're not going to lose 5-6% in a currency in a year, that momentum money will also come. Currently, that money. So I was speaking to somebody in Hong Kong who runs a large desk, and he's saying there is absolutely no buzz on India, no interest on India, and I think that is something which needs to be addressed. Whether through withholding tax, whether through RBI doing some schemes in terms
There
of
is
like
not enough. There are not enough positive cues. I think that's the long and short of it. Deepak, do you agree? As someone who's actively deploying now retail money and not as smart money, and you're now their guardian for it. What is your take?
Yeah, I think in the short term, you're going to have these issues. If you look at FII flows, you can argue there are lots of reasons for it. It could be overvaluation, it could be a bunch of other things. But our policies are also a little bit away from the rest of the world. Like Gurmeet mentioned, we have a tax on foreign investors giving money to us, our companies, and charging them capital gains tax. We're literally almost the only country that does so. When you invest in the US and you make a profit, you don't pay US taxes, you pay Indian taxes. Because US doesn't charge you capital gains tax, only capital investments gains. And that applies for most of the world. India charges them, 12.5 and 15 or 20% for short term, 12.5% for long term. There was a way out, which was Mauritius. It was created because India was taxing you otherwise, but if you came from Mauritius, you weren't taxed. So it was like an equalizer. We removed that in 2017. Now we've gone back and said, even investments made before 2017, we are not going to allow these capital gains exemptions. These are policy problems I think we should fix, because if we want foreign investments, we should be ready to give foreign investors an equal footing in India as they get anywhere else in the world. They could invest pretty much anywhere else and not have the capital gains tax. In India, they do. So that's another deterrent. I think these are real factors. If we do want foreign investors, then that's what we should do. But structurally, markets are weak, and they've been weak for about 1.5 years. And this is a normal phase for markets. We've not had a 20 or 30% correction. That's a surprise. But I think overall, until the global macro improves, Indian macro is improving. We're seeing this in terms of GST collections, in terms of even the earnings for the December quarter were very, very good, despite having a one-time hit of a labor cost. I'm saying across the board, not weighted towards the top companies. If you looked at the median mid-cap earnings growth or median small-cap earnings growth, they were upwards of 18% in the December quarter, year-on-year. But I feel, this is a phase where even if the economy is improving, you're not getting that much in terms of stock markets giving a lot of enthusiasm.
But my only point, sorry, Deepak, just on the point that you're making, because I don't want you to lose that train of thought, which is that you've not seen a 20-30% correction. But might I ask you, if you combine the time correction along with the sharp slide that we've had, then isn't that more or less what we've seen?
Well, you will see the 30% or 40% correction in stocks. Some IT stocks have corrected that much, right? But the time correction is not 30 or 40%. I don't think we should go in with an expectation that says, 10% per year, 1.5 years, we should have got 15, we got minus 10, and therefore we're 25% down. I don't think that's how it works. A 30% correction is a 30% correction. It's like from, you get a correction from the top of 30%, we're 10% off the top. And that's not, huge enough. I would say it becomes more meaningful when you have stocks available at throwaway valuations or very, very low for whatever growth you're anticipating. In some cases in India, you're actually paying for growth. New sunrise sectors, whether it is in semiconductors or in some other areas, they are growing quite tremendously. So you're going to get a higher valuation for that. We've traditionally overvalued FMCG companies unnecessarily. So I believe, even if they were to go from half from here, they would still be expensive. So there will be pockets of expensive and not worth it, and expensive and worth it. There'll be pockets of cheap and will probably never be worth it. So there will be these pockets all over the market, right? So it's our job as fund managers, and perhaps for everyone's job as investors, to identify the opportunities they meet. What isn't there right now is there's no momentum in the market. Market goes up a little bit and then comes down, corrects, goes up a little bit. It's a frustrating time. I understand that. But, you've been through frustrating times before. In 2023, January or so, people were frustrated because although India was at that time doing better than the rest of the world, our markets were actually kind of down to flat. And by February, they were questioning everything in the stock market. And by the December of the same year, the market was up 40% from the lows. And then we were like, oh, okay, it's back to a bull market. And now we're again going to that, it will never improve or it is just not doing anything. But I think if you look at a 5-year perspective, 3-year plus perspective, I don't see this as I think we're in a cusp of a growth phase for India as an economy itself. So at some point, this growth will demonstrate itself in earnings. It is showing some signs of demonstrating itself in earnings. It's a very slow, it's like watching paint dry. Unfortunately, investing is supposed to be boring. And, when exciting times come.
Deepak, you can watch paint dry if the house is not on fire.
Is it on fire though? I would ask you that.
Okay, the neighborhood is on fire. You're hoping your roof doesn't catch fire and you're sitting and watching paint dry. Is that close enough to what's happening?
If it is, then yeah. If you're expecting that neighborhood fire to engulf you, I would say yes. But again, I think nobody is under the impression that this is going to become a war. If it does become a world war, my views will change.
Okay.
But I
Hopefully,
don't think.
Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. But thank you so much, Deepak and Gurmeet. Pleasure having. I love this combination. I hope we can have both of you back again soon on this show. So we also want to talk about some positive pockets of green in the market, and the government is set to launch a new version of the PM Kusum Yojna. Now, what this scheme essentially does is find ways to provide energy for irrigation for farmers. And as a result of this, pump stocks like Shakti Pump, Oswal Pumps, Adani Green Energy are up in trade. We're speaking now with Vivek Gupta, CMD of Oswal Pumps, for more on this. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for your time to us this afternoon on NDTV Profit. Just trying to understand first, what...
Thank you very much.
Thank you. What really does PM Kusum help you do? How do you and your products and your services dovetail into this scheme, and what is the opportunity for you?
Okay. First of all, so definitely I want to thank our Union Minister Bajaj Auto ji, जिन्होंने कल PM Kusum 2 की अनाउंसमेंट की है कि जो PM Kusum 2 आने वाली है, और डेफिनेटली हमारी पूरी इंडस्ट्री के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ा साइन है ग्रो करने का, जैसा पूरी इंडस्ट्री एक्सपेक्ट करी थी कि PM Kusum 2 बड़े रिफाइंड वे में और बड़े अच्छे वे में आएगी. सो सेम वे में हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि बहुत अच्छे में आएगी, और डेफिनेटली यहाँ से पूरी इंडस्ट्री स्पेशली ओसवाल पंप्स बहुत एक बड़ा फ्यूचर की तरफ देख रहा है एज एक्सपेक्टेशन, क्योंकि ये पूरी स्कीम बहुत ज्यादा एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट के लिए फायदेमंद है, जिससे पूरी इकोनॉमी में, पूरे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में, पूरे एनर्जी सेक्टर में ओवरऑल बेनिफिट है. तो डेफिनेटली वी आर लुकिंग वेरी वेरी हाई फ्यूचर. या
Okay. Sir, I just want to get a sense कि PM Kusum 1.0 स्कीम में आपका क्या बेनिफिट हुआ है, if you can quantify that. अगर आप नंबर्स के हिसाब से आप बताएंगे तो फिर क्या बेनिफिट रहा?
देखिए, PM Kusum 1 में टोटल अराउंड 10 लाख पंप के करीब की टोटल इंस्टॉलेशन हुई है अब तक. आउट ऑफ दैट वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट शेयर ओसवाल पंप्स ने अभी कैरी किया, अराउंड 2.8 लाख पंप्स डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली इस पूरी स्कीम में ओसवाल पंप ने इंस्टॉल किए हैं विद इन 5 इयर्स के अंदर. सो ये एक बहुत बड़ा नंबर है. तो डेफिनेटली PM Kusum 2 में भी जो अनाउंसमेंट आई है और नंबर्स आने की उम्मीद है, तो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग बिग ग्रोथ. जैसा ओसवाल ने पहले परफॉर्म करके दिखाया हुआ है, सेम वे में वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि अगली स्कीम में, अगली PM Kusum 2 में वी विल गेट बिग नंबर्स.
तो आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर आप ये PM Kusum के बेनिफिट जो आपने अभी एक्सप्लेन करी है, आउट ऑफ द टोटल रेवेन्यू व्हाट वाज द शेयर that you have gotten through this scheme, and if you are to look at कि PM Kusum 2.0 में you're aiming to get a similar share of the total, what is your expectation कि revenue का कितना बड़ा हिस्सा ये बनेगा?
देखिए, अभी तक का अगर मैं देखता हूं तो टोटल रेवेन्यू का 75 to 80% शेयर ओसवाल पंप्स का PM Kusum योजना का है. एंड डेफिनेटली ये नंबर है। और इसी डायरेक्शन में अगर हम देखते हैं तो पीएम कुसुम 2 में भी आने के बाद हम लोग बहुत अच्छी ग्रोथ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जैसे हम लोगों ने हिस्टोरिकल ग्रोथ ली है उसी वे में हम लोग ग्रोथ देखेंगे। सो डेफिनेटली अभी तक का चूंकि इंस्टॉलेशन 10 लाख पंप की हुई है और 5 साल में हमने करीबन अराउंड 3 लाख पंप के करीब इंस्टॉल किए हैं। सो अगले साल अगर 10 लाख पंप की एक साल में इंस्टॉलेशन की प्लानिंग गवर्नमेंट करती है, सो डेफिनेटली जो एक्सपेक्टेशन ओसवाल पंप्स की इंटरनल टारगेट दिए हुए हैं इन बिग नंबर, जितना हम एग्जीक्यूशन कर सकते हैं, हमारी टीम कर सकती है। सो बड़ा नंबर प्लान कर रहे हैं। डेफिनेटली उस नंबर्स को मैं अभी रिवील नहीं कर सकता, बट ये कह सकते हैं कि एज पर एक्सपेक्टेशन हम पूरी प्रिपरेशन के साथ हैं और वी आर जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर पीएम कुसुम 2।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन एक चीज गुप्ता जी हमें पूछना है आपसे, आपकी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की प्रॉब्लम्स हुई थी और वो पीएम कुसुम स्कीम 1 में ही हुई थी, आपका कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव हो गया था, डेटर डेज बढ़ गए थे, क्या वही दिक्कतें आगे भी नहीं होंगी इस स्कीम में भी? क्या बदलेगा?
ओके, देखिए एक तो कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव होने का मेन रीजन सिर्फ ये नहीं कह सकते, एक तो कम टाइम में ओसवाल ने बहुत तेजी से ग्रो किया है, तो ये भी एक वजह थी कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव का, नंबर 1 पॉइंट। सेकंड, चूंकि इस पूरे साल में मल्टीपल रीजन्स रहे हैं, पीएम कुसुम 2 एंडिंग पे थी, फिर महाराष्ट्र स्टेट ने अपनी एक स्टेट रिवर्स की मागलतेरा को रन किया, वहां पर टोटल सब्सिडी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ही बेयर कर रही है। तो उन्होंने एक्सटर्नल फंडिंग किया, कुछ पॉलिटिकल इलेक्शंस के वजह से भी डिले हुआ है, कुछ उनका गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स के में भी डिपार्टमेंट काफी बिजी रहा है। बट अब डिपार्टमेंट वो रिसीवेबल्स को लेके बहुत सीरियस है और उसको बहुत स्मूदत करने पे लगा हुआ है, और आई थिंक विद इन दिस क्वार्टर में वी विल गेट हैंडसम अमाउंट, नंबर 1 पॉइंट। कुछ अमाउंट हमें रिसीव भी किया है। सेकंड, फर्स्ट क्वार्टर के आते
सॉरी सर, ये हैंडसम अमाउंट आप क्वांटिफाई कर सकते हैं?
या देखिए, अभी तक हमने 100 करोड़ के करीब महाराष्ट्र से रिसीव किया है विद इन आई थिंक 20 डेज के अंदर अंदर, और अगले 20 दिन में भी हम बहुत अच्छा अमाउंट वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग, बिग अमाउंट, मतलब बिग अमाउंट से मतलब करीब 200 करोड़ से ऊपर की एक्सपेक्टेशन है हमारी कि अभी आने वाला है पैसा, और ज्यादा पैसा आने वाला है। और लेकिन इससे ये बोल सकते हैं कि डिपार्टमेंट की इंटेंशंस बहुत क्लियर दिख रही हैं कि वो बहुत एग्रेसिव वे में जा रहा है, तो अपने वेंडर्स को भी बहुत स्मूथ करने में लगा हुआ है। सो मुझे लगता है कि अगले एक क्वार्टर में जो नेक्स्ट ईयर का फर्स्ट क्वार्टर आने वाला है कि आपको रिसीवेबल्स में बहुत इंप्रूवमेंट दिखने वाली है, और आई थिंक सो रिसीवेबल का इशू मुझे नहीं लग रहा है कि आने वाले टाइम में किसी भी तरह का पीएम कुसुम 2 में कोई स्कीम में इम्पैक्ट आने वाला है।
जी, आपका कैश फ्लो पॉजिटिव हो जाएगा एक क्वार्टर में?
नो, एक क्वार्टर में कैश फ्लो पॉजिटिव की बात तो नहीं मैं कह सकता, क्योंकि हम लोग साइमल्टेनियसली ग्रोथ भी देख रहे हैं। लेकिन हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि कंपनी कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन में रहेगी।
ओके, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर विवेक गुप्ता, CMD ऑफ ओसवाल पंप्स का। सो I think that's an important part of the conversation, Alex, merely because of course the stocks move on the announcements, but there is so much which happens before it really impacts, and clearly great opportunity not just for Oswal Pumps, Shakti Pumps, that entire set of companies.
Because you have state governments that come into play, and they have to they have a share in the total, and the receivables that he was just talking about, Maharashtra government will pay him a certain amount of money. If the state government is not timely with its payments, that's where the problem arises.
Sure, and remember there's subsidies at the end of the day. Not to say that those payments will not come, but then it does impact cash flows as well. All right, from the specific to what's happening broadly in the markets as well. 400 points down on the Nifty, 23,900 come and gone, broken swiftly. It's looking like a tough closing. 20 minutes to go for trade. What should you do? We'll tell you right after the break. Quickly marking oil before I go into that break. I know I have to take one, but you've jumped to 92.40 on the Brent. So both those factors not looking good for the markets. We're coming right back.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
The entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number one on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to.
All right, welcome back. You're watching India Market Close and it's all happening here. It's markets down at the low point of the day pretty much for the benchmark Nifty 50, cuts at the broader end of the spectrum as well, and particularly the Nifty Bank that is under pressure. But in homes, there is concern about the supply of LNG. The government, of course, ensuring that supply goes to domestic households. That is being prioritized. But in the meanwhile, there are supply shortages that are now being faced, particularly by restaurants. And let's go across to our reporters on the ground. We've got Deepak Bopanna in Bengaluru and we've got Sujata Dwivedi in Mumbai, who are going to give us the exact situation on the ground. Deepak, I'll come to you first. What is playing out in Bengaluru right now? Is it worse than it was a couple of days back?
Well, it definitely looks like things are not getting better as far as the LPG cylinders and their supply to commercial establishments are concerned. The hotels are, of course, struggling at this point in time. Some of them say from tomorrow they're not even going to get the stock that was made available today. Apart from that, the PGs, there are about 15 to 25,000 PGs operating out of Bengaluru. And today, a core committee meeting of the PG Owners Association, sat together and they've decided some very interesting things. On one hand, while the hotels have decided to just serve tea or coffee or certain items that do not require too much of gas, PGs, of course, are looking to walk the same way. And they are saying that in PGs, use induction stoves, use electric cookers, cook more of rice items, avoid puris, dosas or chapatis that require more of gas, and also are urging, if there are PGs that are nearby, to have a community-wise cooking of sorts to be done. And more importantly, they're also here saying that the 2 meals need to be served in the PGs, and there are certain restrictions that have been put forth in terms of usage as well. So it's going to get interesting if the shortage, of course, commercially continues. There are also electricity producing plants that require gas. Some of them are on the verge of shutting down because there's shortage of supply. So there's a lot, of course, that is going to happen if the shortfall continues, and it cannot be controlled in the coming days.
It's just sounding unbelievable that you will have to prescribe to people what they can eat. So suppose someone loves their dosas and puris, what about them? I mean, are we seeing the same situation in Mumbai, Sujata? I wonder if they've stopped frying vadas. Don't tell me we can't have vada pav in Mumbai.
Well, sadly, that's the situation, because be it a restaurant, a hotel or a local stall which sells vada pav, there's no cylinders which are available for them, which is the commercial LPG cylinder, the 25 kg cylinder which they need to operate a store. At present, we are here at a hotel named Sadhguru Hotel here at Sandhurst Road, and here if you see, paper has been put up, a notice has been put up stating that due to gas crisis, all the items and the preparations will be curtailed, and they're asking for the support of the customers. Now, this is not just one across Mumbai. You will see the situation alike, and like Deepak too mentioned, that the slow cooked food which requires a lot of time and gas, they are problematic. For example, be it the vadas which needs to be fried, the medu vadas, the dosas, the biryani, the other sabzis which are consumed, they have currently, the cooking process for them has been stopped, and also the menus of these hotels has been trimmed down for people having limited options to decide, and also here the hotel is suggesting them what can they have and cannot. And also a prominent outlet here in Mumbai, the Ram Ashray Hotel too, has stopped its services for now, where customers are going and are being asked to head back, as there's no LPG cylinders available at these prominent restaurants as well. So we can imagine the length at which the problems that are being faced by these small outlets as well, and this will also indirectly impact the employment which is being generated through these hotels. The hotel industry, the hospitality sector as a whole, is currently facing crisis, because of which the Association for Hotels and Restaurants here in Mumbai, the AHAR Association, yesterday held a meeting with Minister of Civil and Food Supplies Chhagan Bhujbal, wherein they discussed about what has to be done, and also they threatened that yesterday it was 20%, today it's 50% of these hotels and restaurants which have immediately stopped, temporarily suspended their operations, and if the situation prevails, then tomorrow almost 75% of these hotels will have to shut down their operations, impacting large-scale consumption, and also somewhere impacting
Sujata, for a city like Mumbai, that's difficult, and I'm sure in Bengaluru as well, where people eat out of home. It's a large working population. People are ordering in, and second-order effects probably on gig workers working in the Swiggy, Zeptos, and Zomatos of the world as well. Thank you so much, Deepak and Sujata, for joining us on the show with those live reports. Now, this is a comment coming in from Prime Minister Modi at the foundation laying ceremony of BPCL's Kochi unit. The Prime Minister said India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. Listen in.
आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है, ये हमने कोरोना के दौर में देखा है, यूक्रेन संकट के दौरान देखा है, और वर्तमान संकट ने एक बार फिर इसे सिद्ध किया है कि आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है। एनर्जी सेक्टर में हमारी निर्भरता दूसरे देशों पर कम से कम हो, इसके लिए बीते सालों से लगातार कदम उठाए गए।
Okay, so that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Modi. It must be said that the Oil and Gas Ministry has been having regular meetings with key functionaries to figure out how to deal with the situation. In fact, there is going to be a briefing later today at 5 p.m. today by Hardeep Singh Puri, and we've got Danish joining in to give you a sneak peek or a sense of what could be at that briefing. Danish, what are you picking up?
Well, that's correct. At 5 p.m. the government is holding a big press conference and it will involve multiple ministries. Sources are telling us that senior officials from the Ministry of Petroleum will be there, people from the Ministry of External Affairs and INB Ministry as well as Shipping Ministry will be there. So if we look at these four ministries, everything is happening around their day-to-day activities and everyone is just anticipating that what will happen in the 5 p.m. PC. But this is a briefing in which the government will tell us about what exactly is happening in the West Asia, what is the government doing as far as it is about bringing back the Indians is concerned. But there will be a lot of questions around the energy security as well, because over the past 3-4 days we have seen that how the LPG situation is getting bad day by day. We are seeing associations of multiple hotels and restaurants all across the India coming out and telling everyone that they're facing challenges. They're not getting LPG cylinders, they're unable to get the gases which is very much required for them to
Danish, I wonder, okay, so that was
activities.
that was a quick heads up, and of course we'll be covering that press conference live at 5 p.m. on NDTV Profit. Don't forget to tune in. You will see all of the analysis right after as well. Amardev Singh joining us. He's Senior Vice President Research at Angel One. Amar, apologies for the delay. Just so much news coming in thick and fast this afternoon. I think I have to start by asking you BTST, because we're looking like a very bad close. Or it's STST. You're on mute. I think you're on mute, Amar. No, I can't hear you. I think you're not audible.
Yeah, am I audible now?
There you go. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, see, the structure of the market clearly has been showing, and also the news flows which have been there, they have been extremely negative. So it's more on sell on rallies only. And as far as Nifty is concerned, I would say the day before yesterday, Nifty had made the low. So that should act as a very important support. So I would say that that's an important support, but that support is likely to be tested. So somewhere on the downside, 23,500, 700, that's an important zone of support. As far as some of the stocks which are being sold is we are seeing selling across sectors, and today Reliance is also showing some signs of sell-off. So if it sustains below the 1380 levels, then it could retest around 1320, 1330 levels. So this is one stock one can keep a close watch on the sell side. On the buy, I would say one needs to be slightly cautious at the current levels.
Okay, what is the index call though at this moment? Because it looks like we're closing at the low point of the day. There's no sign of a resurgence, there's no sign of recovery. 1.7% now and over 1,300 points on the Sensex. What's the call here?
We've been bearish on the index for quite some time now, because see, what's happening is that most of the indicators, they have been negative, and also the news flows have been extremely negative. We did see some bounce back, but that was more of a, I would say, short covering and some buying at crucial support zones. But the overall trend continues to remain negative. As I said, day before yesterday's low for the Nifty, something which is very important. So that's somewhere around the 23,700 levels. If that is taken out, and that would happen if there is some fresh news trigger, I would say, from the Iran war, then only that's likely to be breached consistently. Otherwise, we could see some sort of consolidation. And if that is breached, then we could head lower towards the 23,400, 23,500 levels.
Got it.
But the trend, yes, it's very negative as
the
of
trend
today
is negative on the charts. The trend is negative on the charts as well. Dharmesh Kant, head of equity research at Chola Securities, joining us this afternoon. Dharmesh, apologies first of all for keeping you waiting. It is just that kind of day. So much news flow. The question to you though, So many frontline stocks getting beaten down. As I look at the screen, there is Bajaj Finance that's down about 5.3% today. Axis Bank, Bajaj Finserv not too far behind. HDFC Bank has gotten beaten down practically every session over the course of the last 2 weeks. What would you say about these as opportunities, or would you let them pass by and wait for a bit of a bounce before you jump in?
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. That's understandable, and thanks for having me for the show. See, Alex, the problem with the market and why this kind of serious selling is happening is we are ending FY26 with, say, around single-digit kind of Nifty earnings growth. And the expectation was that 12 to 13% kind of earnings growth will be followed in the FY27, and that's the reason why some build-up was into the market. But I think this war is getting prolonged, and it will have a cascading multiple ripple effect on different sectors. Slowly, that you will, what is the actual impact will come to be known only in Q1 of FY27, not even in Q4 of FY26. So certain businesses we are already penciling in, and definitely they would, because of all these concerns and MSME and low income people who would be having lower income, there would definitely be a stress on the banking and financial space as well. So the credit growth, everything, the entire cycle will come under a cloud. And I think that's the reason why market is trying to preempt the positions which were taken earlier in the year, expecting FY27 to be at least lower teens kind of earnings growth, which is under scanner. So we should wait. I think, Alex, the right thing you already said, that wait for a meaningful bounce, sustainable bounce, and even if you enter 5-10% higher up, with an estimate of it going by 30-40%, nothing, no harm in losing 5-10% off the table.
Is there anything you would buy right now, Dharmesh? Because they say that these are opportunities. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we already initiated a buy this Monday on few of the consumer durables, particularly in the air conditioner space. So like LG Electronics, Blue Star and all, we have been liking that because of the onset of summer being early, and it's likely to be harsher going forward, and the weather forecast which I was going through also suggesting there can be a scenario of El Nino, which again will be very difficult for our country to negotiate all the earnings trajectory. So that sector was bombed out last year because of the erratic monsoon and some rainfall happening in summer season. So this year I think there should be a meaningful rebound out there. They have already taken a price hike with the new variants were introduced, so that takes care of the input price. This is one sector which we are banking on. The safest sector which we see as in the light of all the development is the defense sector, where I think the profits will definitely trickle in as executions pick up, and it's insulated from what's going in the overseas or abroad, or what is happening outside. So these two sectors on declines, one should be buying into, although today, durables are seeing a good traction into the market. Apart from that, one has to be wary. If you are a brave heart, metals is the way forward to play a declining opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dharmesh and Amar, for joining in today for that quick check-in. The stocks of companies that sell induction stoves are zooming. Butterfly Gandhimati, TTK Prestige, Stovecraft was on the channel today, and you will see some of them zooming. Unfortunately, not for the Nifty 50. I mean, it's closing near the low point of the day. 23,900 gone, 23,850 gone. It's a harsh closing today. The advanced decline ratio showing it as well. I want to pull up the intraday of the Nifty if we can very quickly and show you what's happening there, and then let's look at the VIX as well. The Nifty intraday will show you the extent of pain. There we are. You are at the low point of the day. 420 points, 22 points odd down right now. India VIX is what I want to pull up next, just to give you that fear gauge. Now 12% up. It's a tough afternoon.
It is indeed, and this will be reflective in the Nifty Bank as well, because most of the downside is being pushed through by a lot of these private sector banks that are getting hit. In fact, pull up the constituents of the Nifty Bank and you will see what I'm talking about. Axis Bank seeing quite a bit of a drop. Kotak Mahindra not too far behind, and HDFC Bank is also losing ground. So State Bank of India down 2%. Quite a bit of that crack. ICICI Bank is down 1% and quite a bit of drop on the. So pull up the constituents of the Nifty 50 in terms of the contribution, right? And you will see the fact that private sector banks are there. Reliance Industries makes its way to the list as well.
On the winning side, or I would say the defensive side, is NTPC, Sun Pharma, Coal India. Very, very few spaces which are doing well. I want to see if the gas majors have really, the city gas distributors have managed to get through. Let's look at what a Gujarat Gas is doing, a Mahanagar Gas is doing, even an Adani Total. Have they shaved off some of their gains? They possibly have. As we're going into that closing bell, Gujarat Gas up 4%. Samit Sarkar told you on Heard of the Street what's happening there. Adani Total is at 20% upper socket. Very rare in this market right now. As we close off the sectoral heat map, quickly will give you a sense of the worst hit, and it'll be autos. Yes, there you go. Nifty Auto 3% down. Just a whole selection of reasons why auto is down right now. Their components are stuck. There's no gas for their manufacturing. With fuel prices going high, maybe supply will come off as well. And in Maharashtra, there's a problem with three-wheelers. So there's a whole storm going on as far as this sector is concerned. Private banks losing steam. Again, on Heard on the Street, you heard a story about how Singapore hedge funds might be cutting their positions actively. Guess where these large funds invest? In the big private banks. Maybe that's what you're seeing there. Financial services following suit. I mean, there are very few places to hide right now.
Yeah, even the Nifty IT, which began the day in the green, is ending with cuts of about 1.3%. If you had thought that this is one pocket that had already gotten beaten down and would provide a little bit of cover, that hasn't panned out today.
Unfortunately, there's no way to say that you could see maybe some pullback tomorrow from these lows, because technical indicators have been pushed through so rapidly, like a hot knife through butter, where you've seen all of those levels falling, that can't really say that you'll see some kind of pullback tomorrow unless something dramatically happens. There's an important press conference at 5 p.m. It will lay out what India's plans are for energy security. Stay tuned for that, of course. But for now, from Alexa and the team that put the show together, that's all the time we have on India Market Close. Don't go anywhere. Market Express up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most
A roundup of everything that has been happening for most of this day, be it headlines or stocks that you should be keeping on your radar as well. But first things first, let's take a very quick look at the markets then. So weak day of trade coming in on the last street as market extends losses in midday trade as Nifty fails to defend 24,000 level, dragged by the financial heavyweight. Sensex as well traded with deep cuts also below 77,000 mark. When you talk about broader indices, on the other hand, you're looking at a performance that was slightly better, just a tad bit, than the benchmarks. Moving on then, let's talk to you about sectoral trades that also saw a sharp cut coming in trade today. So you do have the losses, in fact, being led by auto and financials. Auto stocks witnessing profit booking as well, while FII heavy BFSI stocks also saw basket selling in trade. On the positive side, only pharma and energy sector held on to the gains. Moving on, then the Middle East war has been something that we've been talking about. It's escalated sharply with the US and Israel trading more airstrikes with Iran across multiple fronts, including Israel, Lebanon, and the Gulf. And this is as the conflict, in fact, enters its 12th day. When you talk about Tehran, that has warned its security forces have their fingers on the trigger to crush any domestic dissent amid rising pressure at home as well. And when you talk about the fighting, that has effectively blocked the Strait of Hormuz, halting nearly 1/5 of global oil flows and triggering major military exchanges as well. When you talk about Iran's Revolutionary Guards, they claimed strikes on US bases when it comes to Qatar, Iraq, the UAE and Bahrain, while Israel's missile defense systems in fact repeatedly pushed civilians into shelters overnight. Moving on then, a severe LPG supply crunch has hit restaurants and eateries across Bengaluru, Mumbai, Pune and several other cities, forcing thousands of outlets to scale down operations or shut kitchens temporarily. So the disruption, in fact, is stemming from a sharp jump when it comes to LPG prices and supply bottlenecks, which is something that we've been talking about for most of this week. It's exacerbated those concerns really, and the diversion of propane-butane streams toward domestic cylinders amid the ongoing Middle East conflict is what you're looking at closely. In fact, restaurant associations are saying that kitchens are running out of commercial cylinders, and delivery timelines, in fact, have really stretched from hours to several days at this point in time. Moving on then, more LPG supply disruptions is something that we should be talking about right now. The Delhi High Court lawyers' canteen has stopped serving all main course meals, and that is after running out of LPG cylinders. With no clarity on when the supply is going to be resuming, in a notice issued today, you do have the canteen saying that the shortage has made it impossible to cook meals at this point in time, only non-cooked items. So the likes of sandwiches, salads and fruit charts will remain available. The centre, in fact, has invoked the Essential Commodities Act to regulate natural gas allocation and stabilize supply. Moving on, then the government is extending the Jal Jeevan mission to enter 2028 with a sharper push on village pipelines and last mile water links as well. The bigger outlay under Jal Jeevan 2.0 really means fresh opportunities for pipe makers. So you're talking about something like an Astral, Supreme, Finolex, and even Prince Pipes, bunch of those counters were buzzing away in trade. Astral saw a gain of about 4.7%. When you talk about something like a Vatek Vabag as well, you're talking about some treatment names here. So something like a Vatek Vabag also buzzing away in trade, as you can see on your screens. Aeon Exchange and Thermax also buzzing away. And pump makers, the likes of Shakti Pumps, KSB also stand to benefit as work ramps up across rural India. Moving on then, let's get you the word coming in as far as Vari Energies is concerned, and they've announced that its wholly owned US subsidiary, that is Vari Solar Americas, has signed a share subscription agreement with United Solar Holdings. They're committing about $30 million. And this is for the purchase of Series B preferred shares. When you talk about the exchange filing, this clarifies that the deal is not a related party transaction with no promoter involvement. The move also follows an earlier disclosure from December 2025 indicating that the investment has been in the works for several months. Moving on then, let's get you the word coming in from brokerages. In fact, JM Financial's channel checks show a clear cooling in this cables and wires market as well. Volume growth has eased and distributors are staying cautious to avoid inventory losses. Now, January saw strong buying on expectations of price hikes, but as those hikes tapered off, really, stocking dropped sharply, making February a weaker month. When you talk about distributors, they're also shifting towards smaller and regional brands, while EPC contractors continue to struggle with rising costs, also leading to some of your delays coming in when it comes to project execution. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Happiest Minds, that was surging as the company raised its financial year 27 growth guidance to around 12.5%. The stock on the back of it was buzzing away close to the tune of about 2.8%. Its AI-first strategy, in fact, is gaining strong traction, backed by rising client demand. And when you talk about the 10 strategic initiatives that was announced last year, they're now taking shape at this point in time, and the Global Business Services unit is maturing faster than expected. Now, the company stays confident about execution and the AI-driven future of IT services, and it also now aims for somewhere close to 15% in growth by financial year 28. Moving on, then let's talk to you about HG Infra Engineering, that has secured somewhere close to a 400 crore order win coming in Madhya Pradesh for developing railway infrastructure. The company's somewhere close to 2 into 800 megawatt thermal power project. The contract, when you talk about it, it covers earthwork, bridges, station buildings, and P-way works also, and will be executed under an item rate BOQ model with a completion timeline spanning about 18 months. When you talk about the word coming in from the company, they're saying that this win strengthens its presence when it comes to large civil and rail projects tied to power sector logistics. Moving on, then let's get you the word coming in from brokerages. Motilal Oswal Financial Services has initiated coverage when it comes to something like a Jio Financial Services with a buy rating and a target price of 320 rupees, calling it a structural play on India's rapidly expanding digital finance ecosystem. When you talk about the brokerage, they're also modeling a 48% PAT CAGR between financial year 26 and financial year 28, supported by the company's access to over 50 crore Jio subscribers and a deep nationwide retail footprint is what they're looking at as well. In fact, they're also talking about how the company is architecting also India's next-gen financial services platform, well positioned to also benefit a little bit from the financialization of the digital economy. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Nuvama turning constructive on the entire IT pack, upgrading several names to buy and calling the recent correction a major opportunity. The House, in fact, says that fears around Gen AI disruption are overdone at this point in time, compares the sentiment to a deja vu moment for the sector. Now, in terms of other commentary coming in from Nuvama, they're talking about how Indian IT really has eventually emerged stronger with long-term prospects intact and valuations also looking extremely attractive. And this is after the sharp 2-month slide that you saw coming in. So when you talk about the top upgrades as well, you're looking at something like HCL Tech making it to their list, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, and Hexaware Tech also make it to their list along with some of their high conviction picks. So to this list, add something like a Coforge, LTI Mindtree, and Persistent. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Jefferies maintaining its buy call when it comes to Interglobe Aviation with a target price of around 6,100 rupees. Now, the brokerage says that this surprise exit of the CEO puts the near-term focus on stability, with co-founder Rahul Bhatia stepping in as the interim chief. Now, Elbers had expanded Indigo's international network and started wide-body flying as well. And in terms of the word coming in from Jefferies, they're saying that the leadership changes at the airline have been usually they've been smooth, but the key monitorables right now are operational stability, clarity on summer schedules, and the CEO succession plan. Moving on then, let's keep it going with word coming in from Jefferies, because they're maintaining their buy call as well on Coal India, raising the target price to somewhere close to around 485 rupees, and also citing an improving outlook and reasonable valuations. Now, the brokerage is expecting earnings to grow at about 9% over financial year 26 to financial year 28. Stronger power demand should lift volumes, while higher global coal prices are likely to support e-auction realizations. Now, Coal India also continues to retain around 60% of the country's coal demand, and that's also something that Jefferies, in fact, highlighted. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about City Gas stocks that was surging in trade, with Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL, and Gujarat Gas really moving higher, as you can see on your screens as well. The market reacts to the government allowing 100% gas allocation to the CNG segment, the most profitable business for CGD companies. In fact, analysts are also saying that valuations have turned cheaper after the recent correction, while long-term growth, in fact, remains supported by rising gas penetration, lower input costs, as well as favorable policy. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about Macquarie saying that the RBI is now considering leadership transition rules for NBFCs, bringing them closer to the norms followed by private banks. At the moment, you do have NBFCs that are setting their own tenures and pay structures, but that flexibility may really go away as the regulator looks to end the gap between the two systems. Now, in fact, you do have Macquarie also believing that Shriram Finance and Bajaj Finance could feel the impact first, as both will need to plan for management changes over the near to medium term. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about scorching heat and above normal temperatures in terms of the forecast coming in that are putting summer stocks firmly in focus. You do have beverage players, the likes of Varun Beverages, something like a United Breweries, Tata Consumer, that stand to gain from stronger demand for soft drinks, and you do have the packaged water and juices, cooling product names, so something like a Voltas that makes it to this list, the Blue Star, Symphony, and even Vari Energy is also expected to see a pickup as consumers turn to ACs, coolers, and fans. You do have seasonal FMCG names, so add to this list Dabur, Imami, and Zydus Wellness that may also benefit as heat-driven categories see a sharp uptick. Let's also move on and talk to you about Royal Orchid's Amit Jaiswal telling NDTV Profit that the ground reality for hotels is increasingly grim, with commercial LPG supplies halted across several regions. You do have many hotels now having barely 2 days of cooking fuel left, including Royal Orchid hotels, in terms of the management commentary also coming in, forcing them to scramble for alternative kitchen arrangements. While the industry is seeking urgent relief in a meeting with the centre today, you do have Jaiswal, who's also said that they don't expect a major revenue hit just yet. And this is in fact thanks to strong domestic footfall, even as foreign travellers dip. But for now, he's warning that the sector is reeling under pressure and needs LPG supply rationalised promptly. Moving on then, on to some business news. Cedimac Mechatronics made a strong debut in the last REIT listing at 14% premium to its issue price of 1,352 rupees. The stock opened at 1,535 rupees on the NSE, beating grey market expectations very clearly and also reflecting solid institutional demand, despite muted retail interest that you were looking at when it comes to this particular counter. And when you talk about the IPO itself, the 1,087 crore IPO subscribed 2.68 times, saw strong QIB participation, and analysts are also saying that the upbeat debut, in fact, underscores investor appetite for high-tech automotive electronics players. Moving on then, let's talk to you about India's aviation regulator, the DGCA, that has tightened rules when it comes to foreign airlines making formal landing permission mandatory before any international carrier can operate in the country. Now, the move comes as authorities step up oversight to enhance safety, reliability, and regulatory compliance across the sector. Under the new norms, airlines must secure DGCA approval prior to landing, a step aimed at improving coordination and ensuring full adherence to Indian aviation standards. The regulator, in fact, has also increased weekly and fortnightly monitoring of airline operators to prevent disruptions and strengthen operational control. Moving on then, women state government employees in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region or MMR will now be allowed flexible office timings under the new Come Early, Go Early initiative. In fact, according to the government order, you do have women that can report between 9:15 and 9:45 a.m. and leave earlier by the same duration up to 30 minutes maximum while ensuring their work is not affected. So the Deputy CM, in fact, made the announcement in the Legislative Council, said that the move is aimed at giving women relief from the heavy peak hour rush in Mumbai local trains. The government has clarified that during urgent duties such as legislative work, court matters or essential administrative tasks, employees may be required to stay beyond flexible hours. Moving on then, foreign portfolio investors have cut their exposure to fully accessible route government securities, with holdings also falling by 4,634 crore rupees as global markets reel under the Middle East conflict. According to the latest data, you do have FPIs that have paired positions across multiple benchmark papers as risk-off sentiment strengthens and crude-led inflation concerns rise. When you talk about this particular pullback, this comes even as overall FPI debt inflows remain positive for the year, but traders are saying that heightened geopolitical volatility has driven a shift towards shorter duration and safer assets. Moving on then, Elon Musk's SpaceX is exploring a Nasdaq listing in what could become one of the biggest IPOs ever. Now, the company is also seeking early inclusion in the Nasdaq 100 index, a move that usually is reserved for mega cap firms with strong liquidity after listing. Now, the early entry push aligns with Nasdaq's proposed fast-track rule, which may allow newly listed trillion-dollar-plus companies to enter the index within weeks. Now, SpaceX listing could come as early as June, though plans in fact remain fluid, with the NYSE also competing for the debut. Moving on then onto some national news, and PM Modi has reiterated the need for India to remain Atmanirbhar in the energy sector. In fact, at the foundation laying ceremony of BPCL's Kochi unit, he said that India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. He's also stressed that steps are already underway to reduce dependence when it comes to foreign energy. Moving on then, the United States has said today that its decision to allow India to buy limited quantities of Russian oil is a temporary step aimed at easing pressure on global energy supplies during the ongoing Middle East crisis. You do have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying that move was designed, in fact, as a short-term stopgap measure to stabilize markets as disruptions linked to Iran and tensions in the region continue to affect supply routes, responding to a question on the waiver issued last week. You do have her also saying that the decision reflected India's earlier cooperation with Western sanctions on Moscow. Moving on, then, the Supreme Court has for the first time permitted passive euthanasia, allowing withdrawal of life support for a man who's remained in a permanent vegetative state for over a decade. A bench of justices accepted the medical board's findings that there was no chance of recovery and noted that continued treatment would only prolong suffering. The court, in fact, observed that the patient meets the legal threshold for discontinuing invasive support such as ventilators and feeding tubes. The order was in fact passed after the man's wife moved the court seeking permission to withdraw treatment as an act of dignity. The bench directed that all procedures be carried out under medical supervision and in line with the safeguards laid down in the landmark Common Cause 2018 judgment. Moving on, then, the energy crisis has become more profound amid rising tensions in the Gulf regions of the US-Iran war. In fact, rages on. You do have US President Donald Trump announcing the opening of an oil refinery in Texas and thanking India's reliance for its investment. Meanwhile, like I mentioned, you do have Caroline Leavitt also reconfirming the uplifting of Russian oil sanctions. Moving on, then, the International Energy Agency has proposed what would be the largest release of oil reserves in its history as governments race to contain surging energy prices amid the widening Middle East conflict. The plan discussed at an emergency meeting would exceed the 182 million barrels that was previously released back in 2022, which is following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, according to the Wall Street Journal. But if approved, it would mark the single biggest coordinated stockpile intervention ever by IEA member nations. Moving on, then, Iran is facing a fresh leadership crisis as Mojtaba Khamenei recently declared the country's new supreme leader remains missing from public view. With no official clarification on his whereabouts, Mojtaba has not appeared since the announcement, fueling intense speculation inside Iran and abroad. The mystery, in fact, has deepened amid the ongoing war and political turmoil, with analysts also warning that the absence of Iran's new leader at this crucial moment raises questions over control within the regime, potential internal divisions, and the stability of the succession process. All right, then, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number one on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance.
Hotels and restaurants across the nation reel under pressure as the Middle East war intensifies, even as center assures that overall energy supplies remain stable. Hotels in from Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad and other major cities reveal operational disruptions. Prime Minister Modi's Atmanirbhar Bharat push in Kerala. Prime Minister Modi says India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. US reiterates its stand on allowing India to buy Russian oil, while the US ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, says it's part of the effort to keep global oil prices stable. Press Secretary of the US calls it a short-term measure that won't provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government at this time. Reports suggest US asked Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. Meanwhile, 2 drones fall in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport, injuring 2 Ghanaian nationals and 1 Bangladeshi national. Oil prices rise back above $90 per barrel despite International Energy Agency proposing to release 182 million barrels of oil from its strategic reserves. Markets end over 1.5% lower today, with Nifty closing below 23,900 and Sensex losing over 1,300 points after oil prices rebound. Broader markets outperform benchmarks. Most sectors close in the red. DPIIT says relaxation in FDI rules focus on giving clarity with regards to beneficial ownership by providing a definition and an expedited route with a defined timeline of 60 days for specific sectors such as rare earths, advanced battery components included. DGCA proposes new norms for foreign airlines to function in India. They must appoint a local representative who is an Indian citizen and is familiar with Indian aviation regulations. He will be the point of contact for all the official matters with the DGCA. Supreme Court allows passive euthanasia to Harish Rana, who has been in a vegetative state for the past 13 years, urges the centre to consider bringing law on lines of Supreme Court's guidelines on passive euthanasia. Hello and welcome. You've joined us on Profit at 360, where we get you all the latest news developments of the day in the next half an hour. Amid the Middle East conflict, remember, the supply chain of natural gas has been impacted on Indian hotels and restaurants across the nation, which reel under tremendous pressure. Now, many state hotel associations appeal to the respective state governments, while the centre has assured consumers that overall energy supplies remain stable. The hospitality sector, particularly the hotels as well as the restaurants, are reeling under an unprecedented fuel shortage that really threatens operations across major metro cities of the country. Now, reports from Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad and other major cities reveal operational disruptions. Many establishments have already started trimming the menus, also rationing fuel usage, or even temporarily shutting the kitchens, and as cylinder replenishments are really far and few. Now, hotel bodies associations of the states have now issued urgent appeals to their respective governments and warning that the crisis has really grown with intermittent disruptions. The National Restaurant Association of India has issued an advisory to the member restaurants, and also the LPG crunch affected the restaurant market the most. So despite this widespread anxieties, the centre really maintains that domestic energy supplies remain comfortable. However, it has reallocated LPG and natural gas, prioritizing the household usage over the commercial sectors. So that's the big story that we are really tracking here today. And in fact, Kamath Hotel says that the LPG shortage is now forcing the operational changes within the group, and with the group already moving towards the induction cooking as the crunch really begins to affect even the rural areas. In fact, Vishal Vittal Kamath of Kamath Hotel spoke to us earlier. Take a listen.
Unfortunately, the LPG shortage is hitting different places at different times. In some of the rural areas where we operate, some of the vendors have already stopped supplying. In the case of Mumbai, it is again depending on each one how they are managing. So definitely, as I've been watching before also, that induction ovens and other things and such other tools are coming more in the limelight.
All right. In fact, more anxious voices coming in from the hospitality sector. We also spoke to Amit Jaiswal, the CFO of Royal Orchids Hotels, who spoke about the hotel industry facing the heat of LPG shortage.
Most of the places we are facing a lot of difficulties in the supply, and nobody is sure about what's going to happen next. Right now, we are having some supply stock in our hotels, which may last for a couple of days. And after that, we are trying to move to some alternate way of cooking. That is the induction plate and, of course, charcoal and, the old ways of cooking. We are trying to do, but in business hotel, it's little difficult.
Now remember, this is a grave situation for the entire country right now. And city gas distributors were amongst the top gainers in trade today. Let's go across to my colleague Somit from the research desk to get a sense on the reasons driving the bullish sentiment amidst these players. Somit, take it away.
City gas distribution companies were buzzing in trade, be it Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL, Gujarat Gas, all were gaining in trade despite the fact that market was quite weak. Now, there are three potential reasons why this gain would have been coming in for the city gas distribution companies. Firstly, government has allowed 100% gas supply to one of the most profitable segment for the city gas distribution companies. Then there are the valuations. If you look at the valuations are quite cheap compared to the historical averages. And the third potential reason is that the long-term growth prospects continue to remain quite strong for the company. Now, if you look at the gas supply situation, government has allowed 100% gas supply for CNG requirement, that is the vehicle requirement, and CNG is one of the most profitable segment for the city gas distribution company. So that could be one of the reason as compared to the domestic and industrial segment. So 100% gas supply to profitable segment could be one of the reason. If you look at the valuations of all the four listed city gas distribution companies, Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL and Gujarat Gas, all four of them are trading at a discount compared to their 2-year average historical valuations. So that could be the second reason. And if you look at the long-term growth prospects, volume growth are expected to increase given the fact that penetration of city gas distribution companies have been on an increasing trend. More vehicles have been registering every month, which is also supporting the long-term volume growth prospects for the city gas distribution companies. Raw material cost is expected to be on the lower side, while there is pricing freedom that has been given to the city gas distribution companies, and government policies have also been quite favorable, which also support the long-term growth prospects for city gas distribution companies. So this could be the potential reason behind the up move that we saw in the city gas distribution companies today.
All right, Somit, thanks so much for getting us all those important details. Now let's expand this particular topic and get more experts to join in to talk about this grave situation and overall impact of this. In fact, let me welcome on the show Sriram PM Monga, who's a co-founder and principal consultant at SRED Real Estate Advisory. And we also have on the phone line Sunny Agarwal, the head of fundamental equity research at SBI Cap Securities. Now, Sriram, first question to you. Looking at this particular situation, how do you see the hospitality and the other industries grappling with this big concern of LPG shortage?
Hello, Disha, how are you? Good afternoon. I think the Indian restaurant and hotel industry is going through an operational shock as on with the crisis which has just cropped up. Nobody was expecting that this is going to be such a big issue, which would, kind of ripple the whole, food service industry, like, overnight. So we've been hearing that there has been a lot of concerns from many restaurants, QSR, CDRs, which have been falling prey to this, and there are government advisories which have gone out in various states of India, where there have been curtailed on the procurement of LPG gas supply. So it's a situation which needs to be dealt very carefully, and because the whole business relies on this backbone of the food service industries, which is the gas, and 60 to 65% of the restaurant industry is dependent on the gas supply.
That's right. That's a grave situation there. Sunny Agarwal, focusing on the various sectors and the way the LPG gas supply companies and some of the other pockets really reacted positively to this development. What is your reading of this LPG shortage and its impact, even positive as well as negative?
I think this disruption, I believe, is short-term in nature, and obviously it will impact more of players which are more into an industrial kind of supply. So I think most of the players like MGL or IGL predominantly focus on retail facing consumption, whether it is a pipe natural gas or CNGs or LPGs being supplied to the vehicle. So I think the impact for the guys which are predominantly have a presence on retail side won't see much impact, as that is under the priority as per the government recent order. Within industrial also, I think a few of the industries like fertilizer have been given priority. So to that extent, that part will not be impacted. Yes, for a few days till the time this issue is resolved, or till the time there is some alternative which is available for all these industries. Few industry-facing companies like Gujarat Gas, which has got a significant exposure towards an B2B kind of supplies, there we may see some impact for a time being. Otherwise, I think the impact should be short-term in nature. In long-term, I think the demand environment or demand drivers continue to be very robust, whether it is in terms of as consumption for retail or on industry side. So I think short-term disruption, I think any correction in the stock prices because of this ongoing short-term disruption is a good opportunity to accumulate, as we believe the volume can continue to scale going forward.
Right. So, Sunny, hold your thought. Sriram, hold your thought. Let me take it across to my colleague Danish, who has been tracking all the developments. And remember that the government is also expected to come out with certain measures to arrest the problems being created because of the LPG shortage as well as diversion. Danish, what is expected in the meeting, and who all are representing there, and what kind of measures are being evaluated?
Well, at 5 p.m. a very big press conference is supposed to take place, and it is an inter-ministerial press conference that is going to happen at 5 p.m. We will be having senior officials from Ministry of Petroleum, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Shipping, and Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So we can see that these are certain sectors that have been majorly affected by the West Asian crisis, and over the past 10 to 12 days, we have seen that government is kind of doing its efforts, but over the past 3-4 days, the LPG situation in the country is getting very bad. We are seeing so many visuals from all across the countries. We are also seeing a lot of visuals from these different hotel associations. There are certain restaurants which are coming out and saying that they will not be able to continue with their day-to-day cooking activities because LPG shortage is there. But sources are also telling us that as far as the LPG shortage is concerned, it could also be because of the panic situation that has been created by the public itself, and that could be one of the reasons why we are seeing such long queues outside these cylinder centers. But we'll have to wait and watch till 5 p.m. We'll have to see that what are the new, probably the new things that the government will say. They will clear the air around many things.
All right, a lot of clarity there is required as several sectors remain impacted. Thanks, Danish, and we'll come back to you when you have more details on the developments of the meeting. And of course, that press briefing by the government is at 5 p.m. So, Sriram, you heard that there is a concerted effort. Government has been proactive in many measures, but looks like that the diversion of LPG cylinders towards the priority sectors has hit the hotel sector the most.
Yes, because right now, till the last week, there was very high occupancies in the major metro cities of the hotel rooms. So, it has been a good occupancy side of from the business side perspective. But this kind of situation, if it comes now with the curtailing of LPG, a lot of F&B will get affected. There would be a lot of issues with serving the room service, the restaurants, the type of, putting the meals together for breakfast, lunch and dinner. So these are the things which, a hotel occupant who's taken that room in the hotel is looking forward to. So currently there is more information which needs to be required that till the time this is smooth and till when it can remain smooth also. So, if we get a preempted information, I think the hotel industry can be better prepared for facing this crisis.
All right, Sriram, as well as also Sunny, thank you so much for joining in with your expert take on this developing situation. And we also have to see how the government really arrests this particular shortage and its impact overall. And in the latest coming in, LNG supply shortage woes have now also entered the judicial corridor, remember, after restaurants and other services being affected by LPG cylinder shortage. And now Delhi High Court has issued a statement saying that the canteen could not prepare hot food. We have Nupur Dogra from Delhi grounds and also Sujata Dwivedi from Mumbai, who are giving us the ground report from the local restaurants here. Take a listen.
For now, the lawyers visiting the canteen of the Delhi High Court will have to skip their usual hot meals. Popular dishes like biryani, dal makhani and shahi paneer are temporarily off the menu due to shortage of LPG gas. A notice today was placed on the tables in the lawyer's canteen informing its visitors that the kitchen is currently unable to prepare any main course item because LPG cylinders are not available. As a result, the canteen is only serving food that doesn't require cooking gas, which includes sandwiches, salads and fruit chats. The canteen management has said that they cannot say at this moment that when normalcy will be resumed in the supply of LPG. This development comes in the backdrop of the rising geopolitical tension amid the war in the Middle East and recent announcement by the central government that it has asked the refineries to push for more domestic supply of LPG. It has also said that its priority would be ensuring supply to domestic household user and for essential services like educational institutes and hospitals.
The hospitality sector in Mumbai is facing severe crisis because of the lack of LPG shortage. At present, we are here at Ramashray. Now, this is one of the most prominent places that you'll find in Mumbai, where not only Mumbaikars but prominent celebrities from Bollywood as well as politicians love the menu because of the iconic and the great taste that the restaurant provides. But at this point, the operations have been completely suspended and visitors who want to come in and taste the meal have been asked to leave back because they won't be able to provide them with anything, because the majority of the meals that is cooked here at this particular restaurant, it includes a lot of fuel and it is a slow cooked dish that it consumes a lot of time, and LPG cylinders are utilized on a greater scale. We are here at LPG. Let us at this restaurant which utilizes LPG. Let us speak to the manager present here. आपसे जानेंगे कि फिलहाल आप लोग जब आ रहे हैं उन्हें मना कर रहे हैं, क्या स्थिति है?
रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
अच्छा,
गैस नहीं है तो अभी क्या कर सकते हैं मैडम, बात यही है।
तो कितने बजे से आपने बंद किया हुआ है इसे?
नहीं, बंद नहीं है, अपना चालू है, लेकिन जो अपने पास अवेलेबल है वही कस्टमर को हम लोग दिए जा रहे हैं।
क्या क्या अवेलेबल है, क्या क्या नहीं अवेलेबल है?
फिलहाल अभी शीरा अवेलेबल है अपने पास, चाय कॉफ़ी अवेलेबल है, इतना ही अवेलेबल है। जो अपने पास अवेलेबल कस्टमर आते हैं उनको बोल देते हैं सर अपने पास यही अवेलेबल है। रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
इडली डोसा जो आपका फेमस डिश है वो नहीं बन पा रहा
नहीं, गैस ही नहीं है, फिर कैसे बनेगा मैडम?
क्या तो सुबह से कितने लोग लगभग आके चले जा चुके हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा उसके बारे में कोई आइडिया नहीं है। फिलहाल तो मतलब था अपने पास, अभी जस्ट ही खत्म हुआ है। हाँ, सुबह से ऐसा नहीं है, कस्टमर आ रहे खा के जा रहे हैं।
फ्यूल का शॉर्टेज, एलपीजी का शॉर्टेज पिछले कितने दिनों से हो रहा था आपको?
फिलहाल ये 1-2 दिन से, आज या कल
ज़्यादा हो रहा है।
जी।
तो यदि अगर आज जैसे आप लोग चालू रखे हैं, आज जो बना लिया आपने, अगर कल तक आपके पास सिलेंडर नहीं आया तो फिर तो कल
बंद करना पड़ेगा मैडम। कल तक सिलेंडर नहीं आएगा तो बंद करना पड़ेगा, रीज़न यही है, उसके अलावा तो कोई ये है ही नहीं।
कई ऐसे दुकानदार हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि हम ब्लैक में भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं, नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं, उसके बारे में आइडिया नहीं।
क्योंकि हम जब कस्टमर से बात करें उनका कहना है कि इतना अच्छा खाना मिलता है लेकिन अब नहीं खा पा रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो कारण वही है, गैस नहीं है, कारण वही है, गैस ही नहीं है अपने पास।
आप लोगों को तो नुकसान हो रहा होगा।
नुकसान तो हो रहा है, लेकिन क्या कर क्या सकते हैं, कारण वही है।
चलिए, हम चाहेंगे कि जल्द से जल्द आपको जो है एलपीजी सिलेंडर मिले, ऐसा जो है ये भी चाह रहे हैं। एंड एट दिस पॉइंट इट इज़ द शॉपकीपर्स एज वेल एज द मैनेजर्स हु आर स्टेटिंग दैट देयर कस्टमर्स हु आर वांटिंग टू कम एंड टेस्ट द टेस्टी फूड दैट द restaurant provides, but Ramashray, one of the most prominent restaurant today, is unable to serve only because of the shortage and the crisis which is being faced of the LPG cylinders on a commercial basis. Also, there have been guidelines that have been given out stating that only after applications will be submitted in, it will be allowed and decided whether commercial cylinders will be provided to these hoteliers or not, and henceforth a crucial time, in fact a very strict time for these hotels as well as the entire hospitality sector at this point, wherein in Mumbai only 50% of the total hotels and restaurants have temporarily stopped their operations, and the impact could be seen clearly on ground where customers are wanting to come in but they are unable to get the food, as well as the restaurant is unable to provide them with their meals.
All right, this LPG crunch has been hitting a lot of places, and a lot of pockets of usage of LPG are being disrupted. In fact, it's hitting Bengaluru's PG accommodations as well, with operators really cutting the meals and switching to electric cooking to conserve gas. In fact, our colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us with all the details.
Well, it definitely looks like things are not getting better as far as, the LPG cylinders and their supply to commercial establishments are concerned. The hotels are, of course, struggling at this point in time. Some of them say from tomorrow they're not even going to get the stock that was made available today. Apart from that, the PGs, there are about 15 to 25,000 PGs operating out of Bengaluru. And today, a core committee meeting of the PG Owners Association, sat together, and they've decided some very interesting things. On one hand, while the hotels have decided to just serve tea or coffee or certain items that do not require too much of gas, PGs of course are looking to walk the same way, and they are saying that in PGs use induction stoves, use electric cookers, cook more of rice items, avoid puris, dosas or chapatis that require more of gas, and also are urging, if there are PGs that are nearby, to have a community wise cooking of sorts to be done. And more importantly, they're also here saying that the 2 meals need to be served in the PGs, and there are certain restrictions that have been put forth in terms of usage as well. So it's going to get interesting if the shortage, of course, commercially continues. There are also electricity producing plants that require gas. Some of them are on the verge of shutting down because there's shortage of supply. So there's a lot, of course, that is going to happen if the shortfall continues, and it cannot be controlled in the coming days.
All right, so that was the word coming from one part of the country. Let's take it to another. The middle of the country, Bhopal, is grappling with severe LPG shortages as summer heat really rises in the city, with residents now queuing for cooking gas. NDTV's investigation in Ashoka Garden found a black market where shops are selling cylinders at 400 to 500 rupees above the official price, and illegally also refilling the small cylinders. NDTV's Anurag Dwari sent us this report from Bhopal.
The impact of the escalating Iran-Israel-US conflict has begun to ripple through Madhya Pradesh, disrupting the supply of commercial LPG cylinders and triggering concern across the state's hospitality sector. But the situation has also led to tighter controls on domestic LPG cylinder distribution, and several restrictions as per the distributors have now been introduced to prevent hoarding and panic buying. Earlier, people could book cylinder within 15 days and manual bookings were possible. Now bookings can only be made through registered mobile numbers, and one cylinder per month will be allowed, and there will be a minimum gap of 25 days between bookings. And you can see people lining up here outside the Johar Gas Agency in Bhopal for their domestic LPG.
All right, so this particular report really touches the heart, especially because it shows the plight of the people standing in the heat for their LPG cylinders to be filled. Now, at the foundation laying ceremony of BPCL's Kochi unit, well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says that India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. He also stressed that steps are already underway to reduce the dependence on foreign energy supplies. Let's listen.
आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है, ये हमने कोरोना के दौर में देखा है, यूक्रेन संकट के दौरान देखा है, और वर्तमान संकट ने एक बार फिर इसे सिद्ध किया है कि आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है। एनर्जी सेक्टर में हमारी निर्भरता दूसरे देशों पर कम से कम हो, इसके लिए बीते सालों से लगातार कदम उठाए गए।
All right, so that's the first word from the Prime Minister really coming on the grave LPG shortage in the country. We'll keep you updated. 5 p.m. is also the government briefing. Keep it with NDTV Profit. At the moment, it's a wrap on this edition of Profit 360. Thank you so much for tuning in.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit, one of the most loved KYC shows where we get you the most relevant companies so that you understand more. Be it a trader or a long-term investor, we get you all the details of the company. And let's give you some hint. Today is a very interesting company. I'll just give you a first hint. A lot of geopolitical tensions are happening. This company benefits from that. It's a Bengaluru-based defense and aerospace company. And also, it's just been 2-3 years for the companies to be actually listed, and they have recently got a 68 crore order win from HAL as well. Little bit of volume spike also did come in this company, and over the last 5 days, the stock is up 12% as well. These are the hints for the company, but remember, this company is very much important because the company is having an Israel angle to it as well, and we know US, Israel are on a war right now, so keep a focus on this company. The company's name is DCX Systems. This is the company which we'll talk about and we'll decode the order wins, the issues which are there in the company which is plaguing the stock price, at least on a long-term basis, and other important details as well. But why are we calling this company? The first one is definitely a recent news flow which has come in, and that's the HAL order win. That's the first reason. The second reason why we are trying to call the company is definitely going to be on the order book outlook and the demand trends. How are they looking for fourth quarter? So much geopolitical tensions, ladai, jhagda, war. That means this company becomes a proxy play for that. But there are more layers to it. Another important query would be the oversized PCB assembly facility. They are going into this segment with an arm. What are the key timelines and is धंधे में क्या मोट है? That's the big question we'll be asking the management. And the rise in orders from the Israeli customers. इनका एक बड़ा Israeli customer है. They have one large Israeli customer, and that's where we'll see other inquiries going up because everything is happening around us. Non-offset projects, what are the product mix strategies going ahead, and of course the margin outlook whenever there is a change in the product mix. So these are the important questions which we will be asking the management, and of course the capex and expansion plans of how things move ahead for this company. Also on the show we'll have the founder and chairman and the MD, he's Dr. HS Raghavendra Rao. He'll decode us all the important nitty-gritties of the company and also some queries which are written to me by the KYC viewers as well. We will address them as well. But now what we need to address is about the company. थोड़ा सा technical है, but मैं आपको simplify करके देता हूँ. Let's have a look. What's this company all about? It's a Bengaluru-based defense aerospace company, and I'll give you one more detail to it. That detail is it's established in 2011, and also there are different sectors which the company is focusing on. This is system integration and cable wire harnessing. This business is also there. Earlier the name was also regarding the cable, so that's where a little bit of pivot happened in the company's history. Electronic subsystem for aerospace, defense and railways. That is where the specializations come in. This is just not a defense company. There are other sectors also which the company is catering to. Also about the company, it's a preferred and the largest Indian partner for the Israeli defense company. Of course, there is a JV also with that. We'll come to that. But remember, एक company से क्या होगा? That's the client concentration risk which comes in, and that's why the company's focus might be moving to the other places as well. They are serving global OEMs, which includes AIA and ALTA systems as well. One is a railway JV also.
So these are the Indian offset partner is something which the company is. Now the company is focusing on high-end electronics such as radars and electronic system in the warfare segment. That's where we'll understand how the company is going ahead, especially the defense as a theme which has picked up. They're diversifying away from Israel contracts as well to the US markets. Remember, Israel and US, both of them are allies in this war which is happening. So there is a good angle that company might get some more orders as well. The consolidated order book as of December end was roughly 2600 crore rupees. So we will be asking the management, Mr. Rao, whether this number can touch the 3000 crore mark by the end of this fourth quarter, and it's likely that it will. The key joint ventures, two of them are there. There is an NAIRT system. This is for the railway opportunity. That is something to look out for. And there's another JV also which is there. That's for the Israel company I'm talking about, DCX Systems. There's a JV here as well. So company goes into this JV format, and there is definitely a transfer of IP as well. There are key clients also which is very much interesting. Rafael Group, Kalyani Group, Lockheed Martin from UK, and then we have Indian majors BEL and L&T also, which are there in the defense space. These are the largely defense clients which have propped up, which the company has shared in its exchange filings. The HAL order win, that's a 68 crore order win. That's important because it's a manufacturing and supply of custom made antenna coming ahead, and also to give in some more layer to it, this is regarding the airborne applications as well. So this is the reason why we have actually called the company, and of course the geopolitical tensions which are coming with it. Apart from the HAL order win, there is a new segment which the company wants to enter. That's the PCB manufacturing setup I'm talking about. This is called print circuit board. That is where the arm is expanded in the oversized structures of it. So that is something which we will be watching out for as well. Ranal Advanced Systems is something, if you are a technical person, this is for you. But if you are non-technical like me, this just means कि धंधा जो है बड़ा हो रहा है. Now they are expanding into this assembly and testing of this segment as well, which I spoke about. And also the third important announcement, apart from the recent news flows, includes the ELTA Systems JV. Now there's an incentive scheme which they are actually getting in from the Indian government, and this is regarding the defense facility where they will do the manufacturing for the JV partner in Israel, and company will be getting you the important developments. So this is the entire picture of DCX Systems, where it stands. It is into aerospace, it is into defense. But let's get into more details about our KYC show, how we judge the company. There are various rating parameters. Of course, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, this is the holy grail. इस पे हम कोई change नहीं करते. This is something which we give you the first and foremost to see whether the financials are good or not. Return ratios, how things are panning out. Remember, company is doing capex, some pressure in the return ratios is there. And shareholding, how much movement has happened. Has the promoters reduced their stake? FIs, DIs are not liking this company. And street cred, one of the most important. Paisa kitna bana? There might be a lot of buzz around the sector, buzz around the orders, but at the end of the day, if the money is not made, then there is a concern for everyone. Valuations, we compare the company with the other defense players as well. Largely it's a mid-cap, small-cap company, so we'll definitely have much more comparison in the mid-cap, small-cap space. And lastly, the outlook, be it the industry and be it the company-specific moves, is something which we'll talk about. But let's start with the first one, the income statement. How things are panning out for the income statement, and that's where my concern starts coming in. Look at that EBITDA drop. It's just 5 crores. Even the PAT numbers are weak, and this is where the story actually becomes critical for me in this analysis, is the bottom line numbers. This is very much important. The cash flows, the receivables, that's the big question mark which comes in our analysis. Let's see how the Q3 numbers were, because over here it's looking weak, and now the sea of red still continues, be it EBITDA, margin, PAT. Of course, the top line numbers might look good, but at the end of the day, if the cost of raw material is higher, or if there's a working capital mismanagement, or we could say an issue in working capital, that is where the concern starts coming in. And that's the concern for me in the income statement. It's a strong thumbs down when it comes to DCX Systems. But let's talk about balance sheet, how things are panning out. And balance sheet largely seems decent to me. The equity size has gone up. The reserves are also decent, around 1353 odd crore rupees. That means there might be future में deployment हो सकता है. That's what I would like to talk about. Even the cash reserves are still on the decent side. We are talking about this one concern definitely being raised by brokerages and a lot of analysts tracking the stock is the higher receivable. So we will ask Mr. Rao about all these details. The borrowings, however, interestingly, I really like this. It has come down from 509 crores to just 4 crores, literally a debt-free company. So on that level basis, I would be giving this a strong thumbs up as well. And yes, the cash bank balance is also at around 1,000 odd crore rupees. So on the other hand, income statement was an issue, but balance sheet is strong on multiple parameters. So a strong thumbs up when it comes to the balance sheet. But let's talk about the cash flow segment. What's happening here? Cash flow generally in these businesses are also lumpy. Remember, there are some B2G contracts also. And largely we see a good jump up coming up in the operating cash flows, but the net cash flows, that has actually come down. That means you can see in this business model there's a lot of lumpiness here. So 3 years data is also definitely there, but let's give it a neutral rating right now because the company needs to give a much more longer period of history also to judge. याद रखिए सिर्फ 2 या 3 साल हुआ है इसके listing में. So we need to give a longer gestation period to judge a company like this. And the greatest investors say it's around 5 to 8 years if you are investing in these type of theme stocks. So you need a lot of patience. Cash flows, largely it's neutral. But let's talk about return ratios, and I think return ratios will be on the lower side, and yes, that is where the concern starts coming in. Why are the return ratios coming down? Of course, the equity base at times there is a movement in that, and also investments when they start coming in, the pressure starts coming. The receivables, if there is a delay at that, so there is a cascading effect, and that's why you see in FY22 it was 22, in 23 it was 13, then 24 it was 10, and then just 5. That's the concern coming in. These are the numbers and the ROC numbers I'm talking about. So question mark here as well. Now what happens? Does it bottom out from here? So it's a negative rating, I would say, or thumbs down when it comes to the return ratio. Let's pull up the shareholding, and there's a little bit of issues definitely there. The promoters, that's where there was 62% stake. Now that has come down to 52%, 10% stake dilution coming in. But let's see how FIs and DIs have performed. 2 and 11, it's going down, and it is going down. The biggest concern for me is the DIs. It was around 11%. That has come down to 4%. So there is a sell-off happening across most of the investors. Why is it that? And look at the public, how much it has spiked from 24% to 43%, and in these cases absorptions happen in the stock, and it's not healthy for the stock, at least in the short term, medium term as well. That's a strong thumbs down when it comes to the overall shareholding as well. So some concerns have started coming in, and this is just not regarding the numbers. Why is so much sell-off happening? That's a big question to be asked, and Mr. Rao will definitely ask, especially on the promoter front as well. Why the reduction? Are they going to increase their stake later on? That's a big question to be put. Receivables is something which you look out for. Street cred, last month, it looks like a trading. It's around 14% up, the way the geopolitical tensions and the defense stocks were up. So if you're a trader, you must have made money out here in this 1 month basis. But since listing, since 1 year, and if you could just show the previous slide as well, over the long term period, or maybe in the 6 month period, the stock has been in the negative zone. Last 6 months also, the stock is down almost 28%. This year the stock is flat. That means most of the parameters you haven't made money in this stock at all, and if you're a long-term investor, it does question your faith in the company. But short-term investor, it has been decent, and that's why let's balance it out and give street cred a neutral rating when it comes to the DCX Systems. But now let's get in the defense companies along the DCX system, whether the valuations are convincing to enter now or not, and that is where my concern also comes. MTARTEC is 219 times, data pattern is 83 times. This company itself after correction is still 55 times. So you can understand how defense theme as a whole is overvalued even after this correction. So you need to take everything with a pinch of salt, and even my analysis, you should do your own analysis and consult SEBI registered advisors as well. Just look at the other valuations, how things are panning out, and this is where the Zentech, that's around 45 times, and this Idea Forge 38 times. So it's decent, it's giving mixed signals actually, it's right in the middle. And if you look at the peak valuations, it's definitely corrected 30 to 40%. So for DCX Systems, I will still give a valuation perspective, a neutral rating when it comes to the valuations front. But let's look at the outlook. Is there any change here? But because I'm very skeptical about this company, and definitely there are some good reasons, but these are all long-term reasons which are known. The short-term reasons is something which derives or changes the stock prices. There are tailwinds coming in from the global geopolitical tensions, that's definitely known, but getting the order, getting the money, it takes time. There's a rising cost may impact the numbers in Q4, and we saw that hitting the bottom line numbers in Q3 already. The PCBS manufacturing is through its subsidiary Ranel Advanced Systems, so this is something we should look at. But remember, इनका gestation period ज़्यादा होता है, profit और पैसे आने में समय लगता है. Expanding global presence in the aerospace and defense, this is generic, but long-term positive definitely. But in short-term, again, the question starts coming in: are they tapping into newer opportunities now via railways and the NIAT system? This is what we have been talking about, especially that Chennai defense facility. The focus definitely should be on the transfer of technology, TOT, something which we call, especially from Israel and US. And I'm purposefully talking about Israel because the largest contract manufacturer or the contract work which they have is from Israel, and they are trying to get things from US as well. So it's still a neutral rating for DCX Systems, going ahead as well. So overall, this is the entire picture I have given you. But let's just revise the ratings for this company, and I'm skeptical about this company, and maybe the management might clear the air. First is the income statement and the return ratios. That is where the pain is happening, and the market is not giving the valuation which a defense company might actually acquire in for. Balance sheet is really decent. There's a good cash flows also there. And let's just look at the other segments, and the biggest concern for me in my entire analysis was the promoter FIDI shareholding coming down in last 2 years. Street credit and valuations are largely neutral on both perspectives, which I have already discussed. Outlook long term is definitely strong, but medium term, short term, there are questions, especially on the costings front, the receivable front. So we'll get all of these details answered in by the management. But let's give you the full numbers of the rating parameter, and I have given this company 3 out of 8. It's a bit lower on the average KYC rating which I generally give. So definitely there are concerns in this company. So we will understand that and figure out what lies ahead as well. And to join us, to give us more details, would be Dr. H.S. Raghavendra Rao. He is the founder, chairman, managing director. He's the promoter of the company with over 3 decades of experience. And to give in more perspective, he has a good stronghold in defense and aerospace sectors as well. So the man who knows what he is doing and the company itself is joining with us. And Mr. Raghavendra Rao, good afternoon to you, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. First of all, I'd like to get your views on the recent HL order win. That's around a 68 crore order win. What are the key details and timelines for that?
Firstly, namaste. Thanks for inviting me on this. And regarding this HAL PO, which we have received recently, about 68 crore. And this is the biggest milestone. DCX has done it. And we are working for this program almost a year. Now we are able to take a first cut-off entry in HAL, one of the biggest DPSU in India. And also this PO is it is a airborne application. There is a special antenna and power supply. And this is the first step we have taken in HAL. And also we need to execute this program within 12 to 18 months. This is the lead time has been put it on the PO, and also we are confident to deliver this product.
All right, and Mr. Rao, of course, we talk about the costing also. The Q3 numbers did impact, was impacted because of higher costing, and the current global scenario, things are expensive and everybody is talking about it, right from gas to cable, everywhere. Even defense companies get some costing hit. So we can expect that in the fourth quarter because of rising costs?
Presently, I cannot able to disclose those numbers. And yes, there are some supply chain disturbance happening in the world. You are aware of well within that. And good thing is our production is not stopped because we secured majority of the material. Production is going on. Of course, there are other concerns. If this war continues, there is a travel, export due to the transport issue, and those issues may give us some trouble. and we are confident that we are going to do better. And also there is a lot of request from our foreign OEMs, especially on Israel, to expedite the delivery because of the situation there. And we are working day and night to satisfy, and we are working towards to improve our schedule. But it is very early to say whether the logistic and dispatches and because of the our shipments are normally goes on the air, and via all this route, what is it's available now, it is not so easily transported. These are the challenges which we are facing it now. We need to see what is the upcoming days it will going to happen. When easy out, it will going to work it out. This is what we are figuring it out, and hope for our best.
Right. Hopefully, we all hope for the best. But Mr. Rao, just to get in more perspective, the demand trends, that means because of the issues which are happening in Israel, Iran and Middle East, do you think this dispatch of your deliveries, can they happen, beforehand so that your Q4 looks lumpy?
It is too early to say, because I mentioned and we secured, we are not seeing any supply chain challenges. But there are other challenges like many clearance and the transportation and the export and inspection, and OEM has to do the first article. There are some other challenges, but luckily we have secured some material. Production is happening, and some of the key portion, the raw material has been secured, and we start moving the production. But it is too early to comment on that, please.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's a very burning topic, and that's what we raise these questions in KYC. But Mr. Rao, another important perspective is there is a concentration of revenue from your Israeli customers. How much, I just take it a 1 year or a 2 year perspective. I'm not just going to ask just for this fourth quarter. Will this, revenue mix change? You're getting any good inquiries coming in from US, which is technically an ally of Israel?
Yeah, there is of course, war is not a good for humanity perspective, but there is a big opportunity for DCX, especially from Israel. There are two reasons. One is about 15 years, we are the Indian preferred partner for major company in Israel. Like take major 3 companies, which we are supplying last 15 years. We are a preferred offset partner or the non-offset partner. Anything comes to electronics related, it will come to DCX first. Secondly, the bigger advantage now, we have a joint venture with IAELTA. This will we expect more business to flow to DCX, because the JV is giving more comfort to them. And definitely there are big opportunity for DCX to grow big in this situation now.
All right, and Mr. Rao, apart from this, your capex and expansion plans for 2026, they remain the same, or are you looking at delaying them, seeing the current geopolitical situation? What are the numbers looking like?
No. In fact, we need to enhance our capacity for the situation now. We are already decided. We have a very good outlook for the 26-27. We are planned to put about a 1.5 million to 2 million expansion plan, especially on the cable and PCB side. And in fact, we have a lot of requirement of cable and PCB, which require more spaces, more manpower, more equipment. We are budgeting about a $2 million to invest on this 26-27.
Okay, so definitely you are gung-ho about your capex plans.
Yes.
But Mr. Rao, PCB, there is an expansion happening on the large case PCB facilities. That's what your arm has announced. And secondly, your Tamil Nadu facility is also going for an expansion. You have received some kind of an incentive from the government of India as well. What will be the growth outlook for your train business and, of course, for the PCB business?
Okay, let me explain the recent, the unique facility what we placed. Normally, I am in this EMS industry from last 25 years. Normally, the size, basically size of the PCB is limitation about 24 inches length. You can do it in India. In my knowledge, where I visited a facility, maximum you can do about 24 inches. That is the pick and place and other combination of machines. Now there is a requirement for a big customer to have this facility to expand this 24 to, we can go up to 56 inches PCB in the length. There's a huge, it's a huge PCB length. Where we have worked in fact, our engineers have worked with the foreign machine OEMs to make a custom built equipment, which has been put a lot of engineering effort. We bought that equipment to work with some US company, bought the equipment, installed. And also I said this customer, to have this facility, I need a commitment. And just to our relationship has given a 20 crore worth of order without having any the facility ready. We have a PO on hand. Based on that PO, we received an advance. We invested a money for putting this beautiful, unique technology in the Renil advanced system. This will go majoritarily in the present EMS. We can do normal. I will tell you for your this thing. Normally, people work in India about 24-20 inches. Is the length
right, Mr. Rao. We got an entire perspective on that. I know it's a bit technical, but we are short of time. We'll definitely understand more from you because you're a pioneer of this industry. But definitely it is wonderful to talk with you. And Q3, Q4 might be a little bit mixed, but nevertheless, orders are coming in, especially from the US segment as well. That's an interesting take coming in from you. Always a pleasure, Mr. Rao, joining us with us and giving the entire views for the company. So this is the management of DCX Systems, once a darling of the stock market, especially in the defense space, but now of course a correction definitely coming in. But now the geopolitical tensions are rising and so are the customer inquiries for this company. Will this go for an up move? That's the question. But that's all, folks, for today. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Visiting the canteen of the Delhi High Court will have to skip their usual hot meals. Popular dishes like biryani, dal makhni and shahi paneer are temporarily off the menu due to shortage of LPG gas. A notice today was placed on the tables in the lawyer's canteen informing its visitors that the kitchen is currently unable to prepare any main course item because LPG cylinders are not available. As a result, the canteen is only serving food that doesn't require cooking gas, which includes sandwiches, salads and fruit chats. The canteen management has said that they cannot say at this moment that when normalcy will be resumed in the supply of LPG. This development comes in the backdrop of the rising geopolitical tension amid the war in the Middle East and recent announcement by the central government that it has asked the refineries to push for more domestic supply of LPG. It has also said that its priority would be ensuring supply to domestic household user and for essential services like educational institutes and hospitals.
The hospitality sector in Mumbai is facing severe crisis because of the lack of LPG shortage. At present, we are here at Ramashray. Now, this is one of the most prominent places that you'll find in Mumbai, where not only Mumbaikars but prominent celebrities from Bollywood as well as politicians love the menu because of the iconic and the great taste that the restaurant provides. But at this point, the operations have been completely suspended, and visitors who want to come in and taste the meal have been asked to leave back because they won't be able to provide them with anything, because the majority of the meals that is cooked here at this particular restaurant, it includes a lot of fuel and it is a slow cooked dish that it consumes a lot of time, and LPG cylinders are utilized on a greater scale. We are here at LPG. Let us at this restaurant which utilizes LPG. Let us speak to the manager present here. आपसे जानेंगे कि फिलहाल आप लोग जब आ रहे उन्हें मना कर रहे हैं, क्या स्थिति है?
रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
अच्छा,
गैस नहीं है तो भी क्या कर सकते हैं मैडम, बात यही है।
तो कितने बजे से आपने बंद किया हुआ है इसे?
नहीं, बंद नहीं है, अपना चालू है, लेकिन जो अपने पास अवेलेबल है वही कस्टमर को हम लोग दिए जा रहे हैं।
क्या अवेलेबल है, क्या क्या नहीं अवेलेबल है?
फिलहाल अभी शीरा अवेलेबल है अपने पास, चाय कॉफ़ी अवेलेबल है, इतना ही अवेलेबल है। जो अपने पास अवेलेबल कस्टमर आते हैं उनको बोल देते हैं सर अपने पास यही अवेलेबल है। रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
इडली डोसा जो आपका फेमस डिश है वो नहीं बन पा रहा?
नहीं, गैस ही नहीं है, फिर कैसे बनेगा मैडम?
क्या तो सुबह से कितने लोग लगभग आके चले जा चुके हैं?
नहीं उसके बारे में कोई आइडिया नहीं है। फिलहाल तो मतलब था अपने पास, अभी जस्ट ही ख़त्म हुआ है। हाँ, सुबह से ऐसा नहीं, कस्टमर आ रहे खा के जा रहे हैं।
फ्यूल का शॉर्टेज, एलपीजी का शॉर्टेज पिछले कितने दिनों से हो रहा था आपको?
फिलहाल ये 1-2 दिन से, आज एक कल
ज़्यादा हो रहा
जी।
तो यदि अगर आज जैसे आप लोग चालू रखे हैं, आज जो बना लिया आपने, अगर कल तक आपके पास सिलेंडर नहीं आया तो फिर तो कल
बंद करना पड़ेगा मैडम। कल तक सिलेंडर नहीं आएगा तो बंद करना पड़ेगा, रीज़न यही है, उसके अलावा तो कोई ये है ही नहीं।
कई ऐसे दुकानदार हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि हम ब्लैक में भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं, नहीं मिलता।
नहीं, उसके बारे में आइडिया नहीं।
क्योंकि हम जब कस्टमर से बात करें, उनका कहना है कि इतना अच्छा खाना मिलता है लेकिन अब नहीं खा पा रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो कारण वही है, गैस नहीं है, कारण वही है, गैस ही नहीं है अपने पास।
आप लोगों को तो नुकसान हो रहा होगा।
नुकसान तो हो रहा है, लेकिन क्या कर क्या सकते हैं, कारण वही है।
चलिए, हम चाहेंगे कि जल्द से जल्द आपको जो है एलपीजी सिलेंडर मिले, ऐसा जो है ये भी चाह रहे हैं। एंड एट दिस पॉइंट इट इज़ द शॉपकीपर्स एज वेल एज द मैनेजर्स हु आर स्टेटिंग दैट देयर कस्टमर्स हु आर वांटिंग टू कम एंड टेस्ट द टेस्टी फूड दैट द restaurant provides, but Ramashray, one of the most prominent restaurant today, is unable to serve only because of the shortage and the crisis which is being faced of the LPG cylinders on a commercial basis. Also, there have been guidelines that have been given out stating that only after applications will be submitted in, it will be allowed and decided whether commercial cylinders will be provided to these hoteliers or not, and henceforth a crucial time, in fact a very strict time for these hotels as well as the entire hospitality sector at this point, wherein in Mumbai only 50% of the total hotels and restaurants have temporarily stopped their operations, and the impact could be seen clearly on ground where customers are wanting to come in but they are unable to get the food, as well as the restaurant is unable to provide them with their meals.
In Jammu and Kashmir, hospitality industry is one industry which provides employment to many people. If this industry gets hit, it is not only going to have an impact on tourism sector, but it's also going to have an impact on employment here. So that's one of the reasons the people, the hoteliers as well as the restaurant people are really concerned about this shortage, and they want the government to do something in this regard so that they can ensure uninterrupted commercial gas cylinder supply so that people do not face any kind of problem here. We have seen that during the last few days there had been several dialogue going on between the government and the hotel and restaurant people. They had been talking to them. They're trying to ensure that there should be uninterrupted supply, because without LPG cylinders, the commercial cylinders, they will not be able to continue with their operation. Let me talk to the hotelier here and try to find out how much difficulty, how much it's a big matter of concern right now for you.
Right now, it's a very big matter of concern for us about the shortage of LPG cylinders. Because if we talk about it, April is a peak tourist season in J&K. And March is the year ending wedding season. It's pretty high. So we don't know where we are heading, how we are heading. It's becoming a fight for every day to completely, try to get our needs, to get LPG in. And we don't even know whether are we going to get the cylinders what we've asked for in request.
So you had been interacting with the government also. What you had been conveying to the government officials?
See, what we've been basically conveying, Pradeep ji, to the government is that we need an uninterrupted supply of LPG. Because if we talk about J&K in particular, the year 25-26 has been a loss. Half the year has been lost for us because of first we had Pahalgaon, we had floods. That entire tourist industry was completely, literally on its knees. And today now, post-November, October, we started getting up. We started trying to recoup the losses we had incurred in the first quarter and the second quarter. But suddenly when you're heading towards the closing of financial year, you're again standing with a very big question mark. Are we going to be even working after 2 days or 3 days? Because LPG is just not needed for restaurants. LPG is needed even for rooms. If you're selling rooms, for rooms you need to give breakfast. You need to have staff, which is we're going to be working. Everything needs food. So everything needs LPG. So what is the supply? What is the future? We are looking at a big question mark with no answers so far.
मिस सुजाता शर्मा, पहले सुन तो लीजिए, शायद आपके सब सवालों का जवाब मिलेगा. I would first invite Miss Sujata Sharma, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, to brief on the energy security aspect. Remarks by Miss Sujata Sharma.
Good evening, everybody. Let me briefly update you on the current fuel supply situation and various measures the government has taken to ensure uninterrupted energy supplies. First, on crude supply. India's crude supply remains secure. Our daily consumption is about 55 lakh barrels. Through diversified procurement, the volumes we have secured through today exceed what would normally have arrived through the Strait of Hormuz during this period. भारत में आज हम लगभग 40 देशों से क्रूड आयात करते हैं. Further, the OMCs have secured various crude cargoes from different sources, and as a result of this diversification, about 70% of our crude import is now coming from routes outside the Strait of Hormuz, compared with about 55% earlier. आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रही हूँ तब भी लगभग 2 कार्गोस भारत की तरफ चल पड़े हैं, and within few days they will arrive, which will further strengthen the crude supply position in the country. आज हमारी refineries are operating at the highest capacity utilization, और कुछ refineries are operating at more than 100% of their capacity. Now coming to natural gas side, our total consumption per day currently is about 189 million metric standard cubic meter per day. Out of this, around 97.5 MMSCMD is produced domestically, and the rest is imported. Out of the import, about 47.4 MMSCMD of supply is affected due to force majeure conditions. Procurement through alternate routes, it's about 189 million metric standard cubic meter per day. Around 97.5 MMSCMD is produced domestically. Out of the import, around 47.4 MMSCMD of supply has been affected due to force majeure conditions. Procurement through alternative routes and supplies is underway to offset this disruption, and our gas companies have procured LNG cargoes from their new sources, and 2 LNG cargoes are on their way to the country. To manage this situation effectively, the government has issued a natural gas control order on 9th under Essential Commodities Act. इस आदेश के तहत प्राथमिकता वाले क्षेत्रों को उनकी आपूर्ति के लिए संरक्षित किया गया है. घरेलू पीएनजी आपूर्ति और वाहन के लिए सीएनजी को बिना किसी कटौती के 100% आपूर्ति प्राप्त होगी. चाय उद्योग, विनिर्माण इकाइयां और गैस ग्रिड से जुड़े अन्य औद्योगिक उपभोक्ताओं को उनकी पिछली 6 महीने की औसत आपूर्ति का लगभग 80% प्राप्त होगा. उर्वरक संयंत्रों को लगभग 70% प्राप्त होगा. इसके अलावा refineries and petrochemical units will take a reduction of about 35% so that higher priority sectors can be protected. Let me come to LPG supply, which is directly relevant to households. As on today, we import about 60% of our requirement of LPG, and 90% of this is through Strait of Hormuz. The government has taken various steps to deal with this situation also. जैसे कि भारत सरकार ने has issued an order on 8th March, जिसके द्वारा उन्होंने रिफाइनरीज और पेट्रोकेमिकल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस को एलपीजी उत्पादन को मैक्सिमाइज करने का आदेश दिया. All C3 and C4 hydrocarbon streams, which include propane, butane, propylene, and butene, would add to LPG pool, and the same would be supplied to 3 public sector oil marketing companies for domestic supply. इन सभी प्रयासों की वजह से हमारा domestic LPG production has increased by 25%. And all these domestic LPG is being directed towards household consumers. For non-domestic LPG, priority is being given to essential sectors such as hospitals and educational institutions. A 3-member committee of executive directors of oil marketing companies IOCL, HPCL and BPCL has been constituted to review the allocation to restaurants, hotels and other commercial users. The committee is consulting with state authorities and industry bodies to finalize a plan to ensure that available LPG is distributed in a fair and a transparent manner. On LPG prices, the government has absorbed a significant part of the cost increase to protect the consumers. The current price of domestic LPG cylinder in Delhi is 913. LPG domestic LPG सिलेंडर का दाम दिल्ली की मार्केट में लगभग 913 रुपए है and this is after the increase of 60 rupees. Without intervention, the market price would have been much higher. For PMUY beneficiary, उज्ज्वला beneficiaries के लिए सिलेंडर का दाम 613 रुपए है and for a PMU household, the recent 60 rupees increase translate to less than 80 paisa per day. It is important to note that even though the Saudi contact price, which is the international LPG pricing benchmark, has increased by about 41% since July 23, the PMU price has actually fallen by 32% during the same period due to government support. Rupees 30,000 crore compensation has been approved for oil marketing companies for their under-recoveries in LPG. Even today, LPG price in India remain lower than in many neighboring countries. Let me also address the report of panic booking. Feedback suggests that some panic booking and hoarding behavior has been triggered by misinformation. इसके बारे में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारा जो नॉर्मल डिलीवरी साइकिल है फॉर डोमेस्टिक LPG, इट रिमेन्स अराउंड 2.5 days. सो अगर आप सिलेंडर बुक कर रहे हैं तो 2.5 दिन के अंदर आपको सिलेंडर की आपूर्ति होगी. इसीलिए आई रिक्वेस्ट देयर इज नो नीड फॉर कस्टमर टू रश बुक द सिलेंडर. सो पैनिक बुकिंग करने की कोई आवश्यकता प्रतीत नहीं होती है. To prevent diversion at the distributor level पर diversion को कम करने के लिए Delivery Authentication Code System और DAC is implemented. इस सिस्टम के तहत उपभोक्ता द्वारा मोबाइल पर प्राप्त वन टाइम कोड को डिलीवरी करने वाले व्यक्ति के साथ शेयर करने के बाद सिलेंडर की डिलीवरी कंफर्म होती है. हम DC कवरेज को करीब 90% उपभोक्ताओं तक पहुंचाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, जिससे कि डाइवर्जन की संभावना काफी कम हो जाएगी. कंज्यूमर के लिए Let me
कंप्लीट हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद जरा कंप्लीट हो जाए.
As a temporary demand management measure, the minimum gap between LPG booking has been increased from 21 days to 25 days. At field level, OMC officers and anti-adulteration cell are coordinating enforcement to clear distributor backlog and ensure smooth delivery. अंत में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि ये एक वैश्विक चुनौतीपूर्ण स्थिति है, लेकिन भारत की ईंधन आपूर्ति नियंत्रण में है. सरकार स्थिति पर लगातार नज़र रख रही है और घरों और प्राथमिकता वाले क्षेत्रों की सुरक्षा के लिए आवश्यक कदम उठा रही है. हम नागरिकों से आग्रह करते हैं कि वे घबराकर बुकिंग करने से बचें, अधिकारियों के साथ सहयोग करें और वैश्विक अनिश्चितता की इस अवधि के दौरान जहां संभव हो ईंधन का संरक्षण करें.
धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच. अब मैं श्री राजेश कुमार सिन्हा जी, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ शिपिंग, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि मैरीटाइम एंड शिपिंग रिलेटेड मैटर्स के बारे में ब्रीफ करें. गुड आफ्टरनून. गिवन अकाउंट ऑफ द मैरीटाइम सेक्टर, वर्तमान में 28 इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल्स पर्शियन गल्फ में ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. इसमें 24 वेसल ऐसे हैं जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के वेस्ट में है, उसकी पश्चिम तरफ है पर्शियन गल्फ में, और उसमें 677 इंडियन नाविक हैं, और 4 वेसल स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के पूर्वी तरफ है और उसमें 101 इंडियन नाविक हैं। ये सारी वेसल्स और क्रू को हम एक्टिवली मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए, उनकी सिक्योरिटी के लिए। Authorities, ship managers and recruitment agencies, those who recruit the seafarers, are closely coordinating with Indian embassies and local authorities to ensure safety and render medical assistance to them. Advisories on precautionary measures to safeguard Indian seafarers, Indian flagged vessels, and maritime trade operations have been issued by DG Shipping on 28th February 2026, directing all Indian flagged vessels and Indian seafarers to adopt enhanced security measures and strictly comply with reporting protocols, including submission of crew details to DG Shipping. Overall, port operations across India remain stable. Ports have been directed to extend all necessary assistance to minimize hardships faced by exporters and ensure continuity of EXIM trade. Major ports have implemented operational measures, including continuous monitoring of vessels' movement in coordination with shipping lines and vessel agents, real-time assessment of developments in the region, and regular reporting of vessel and cargo status. Dedicated 24-hour control rooms have been operational in the Ministry and in the Directorate General of Shipping. The DG Shipping is also maintaining contact with the ship owners, operators, and families of the seafarers to provide timely updates and necessary assistance. Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways continues to closely monitor the prevailing and evolving maritime situation in the Persian Gulf region and has strengthened monitoring and preparedness measures in view of the evolving maritime situation in the West Asia region, with a focus on safeguarding Indian seafarers, ensuring the safety of Indian vessels. Regular interaction with industry and stakeholders is being maintained to provide all assistance to industry and seafarers. The government is fully committed to ensuring the safety and welfare of Indian seafarers and protecting India's maritime interests. Thank you. Both. Yeah, I'll read it again. Yeah, yes. So total 28 Indian flagged vessels are operating in the Persian Gulf area. Out of these 28, 24 are on the west of the state of Hormuz. Usme 677 Indian seafarers hai. And on the east of the state of Hormuz, there are 4 vessels. Usme 101 Indian seafarers. बहुत धन्यवाद राजेश सिन्हा जी। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा श्री रणधीर जायसवाल जी से, हु इज एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एक्सपी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स। आप मीडिया को ब्रीफ करें।
Thank you, sir. The Ministry of External Affairs has kept you abreast of the developments in the region. I would like to add few elements to that, as also to reiterate some of the points that we made earlier. As you know, that we have a large diaspora in the GCC countries, numbering around 10 million or a crore. The welfare of our diaspora is of utmost priority, high priority and importance to us. You would have seen, we have put out statements where a Prime Minister has spoken to several leaders in the region, including leaders from UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and Israel. External Affairs Minister has also been in regular touch with his counterparts in these countries, as also Iran. Today also he had several conversations with his counterparts, and those details have also been made available to you. Just want to say that we remain committed to the welfare of our citizens, our nationals who reside in the GCC and the West Asian countries. All our missions in the region, they are in regular touch with our community members. They've issued advisories and regularly updating them. For more details on those, my colleague would like to add a few more details on that. I would also like to update you that we have in the Ministry of External Affairs started a control room, which is functioning all throughout the day. We have been receiving a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails in regard to Indian nationals and their welfare outside from friends and families. And we have been guiding them in all possible manner. Just to give you an update, yesterday we received 75 phone calls and 11 emails, and those were responded to. Today again, our people are there manning the control room and doing the very best. As far as there have been reports of some casualties. On that, I would like to update you. We have 2 Indian nationals whom we lost, and 1 remains missing. We express our condolences to the families. We also, these 3 Indian nationals, they have died or they are missing. This happened when they were on ships, merchant vessels, and that merchant vessel came under attack. Few Indians who have suffered injuries in the GCC region, they are being looked after, they are being treated, and our embassy and our consulate is in close touch with them to ensure their well-being. 1 Indian national, as you would have seen those reports as well, he was injured in Israel. He was taken to the hospital. He is receiving treatment and he's recuperating well. Today in the morning, you would have seen reports that an Indian national was injured in Dubai. This gentleman, our consulate is in touch with him. He is also receiving treatment at a hospital, and we are in regular touch with him to ensure his welfare and well-being. Please do follow all our social media handles and our press releases and statements for more updates in regard to the welfare of our Indian community in the Gulf region, as also on developments concerning us and how we are engaging and dealing with those in that region. In Iran, there's a lot of interest because we have students and we have Indian nationals there as well, some 9,000 of them. Of these, several of our students and others who were there paying heed to our advisories to leave the country, they returned home. Others still continue to be there. Our embassy is in regular touch with them. We have also relocated some students and other visitors, pilgrims to different cities to ensure their safety. We are also assisting, our embassy in Tehran is assisting people who want to make land border crossing and go into Armenia and Azerbaijan, and from there take the commercial flights to come back home. So that option is also available to those who want to take advantage of that. And we have been helping these people. This is what I have for you today. I would request my colleague to add Mr. Asim Mahajan, Additional Secretary who looks after the Gulf region in the Ministry of External Affairs, to add his points to what we have to say, put across from the Ministry of External Affairs.
Good afternoon. As my colleague has earlier mentioned, the well-being and security of our Indian community in the region, which is a very big community across the region in West Asia and in the Gulf region, remains our overriding priority. We have also been, our missions and consulates from day one have been proactively assisting the community. We have been in regular touch with the host governments, which is very important. We have been in constant regular touch with them to get latest advisories, their latest advice, and also on a real-time basis share with our community. Some of the efforts my colleague has already highlighted. We have set up a control room in MEA, but I want to highlight that our missions and posts which are on the ground are the ones who are really taking constant action to support the community. Our priority initially was to help the stranded passengers who were transiting through these countries and also short-term visitors. But I must add that the host governments have also been very sensitive to our concerns where visa extensions were required, where someone was distressed or where he needed assistance. Our embassies immediately reached out. And as all of you would appreciate in this kind of a situation, real-time availability of information is a priority. So our missions are issuing regular advisories. In fact, on a daily basis, The missions are updating. We have various social media channels through which we are sharing this information. And in the initial, we are coordinating very closely with the state governments and union territories, also keeping them regularly informed. We have standard operating procedures whereby we immediately, whenever we receive some information, whether it is from the state government or through local channels in these host countries, our missions reach out to them, and these 24/7 helplines have been effective. We have a very vibrant community in the Gulf, as all of you are aware, and also in other countries in West Asia and the region. Their community organizations are in regular touch with our missions. Our missions are keeping them informed about the latest developments and trying to help them in whatever way possible. There is a very strong inter-ministerial coordination also which is going on, where, as was mentioned by our colleague from the shipping ministry, our seafarers who are there, any assistance which is required, the missions are immediately reaching out to assist them. Our embassies are also closely coordinating with each other, as some of you may be aware that in some of the countries there is the airspace is currently completely closed. For example, in Kuwait and Bahrain. And in Kuwait, they have moved the airport to AQI in Saudi Arabia. Bahrain is also the people are going from Dammam and Riyadh from Bahrain. And wherever a movement of people was required, especially the stranded Indians, the transit passengers and short-term visitors, our missions have been working in close coordination with local authorities, including arranging for their transit visas, including arranging a corridor for them for transport to these countries, mainly from Saudi Arabia. Of course, the flight operations have also continued to be ramped up in UAE. UAE, a lot of flights have come, which are commercial, non-scheduled commercial flights, and they have been able to cater to most of the people who were there in transit and who were waiting. And similarly, in Saudi Arabia, also flights are regularly flying from Jeddah, Medina, and from Riyadh. And Oman, the airspace remains open. In the other parts of the region also, we are closely coordinating with each other, and we continue to monitor the situation very closely. And let me in the end reassure you, as my colleague has said, that the well-being and security of our community remains our priority, and we have put in these mechanisms to support them. There are many other measures which the missions are taking, and we will continue to update you on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Finally, I would invite Sri C. Senthilrajan, Joint Secretary, Ministry of INB, to brief on the communication-related some aspects.
So, good afternoon, everyone. As you've all listened, the central government and various ministries and departments are taking action on to respond to whatever the evolving situation in West Asia. And as correspondingly, we all realize that this is an exercise in which both central government and state government have to work together. The measures being taken by the central government have to be implemented on the ground through the support of the state government. And hence, today, Home Secretary held a meeting with the chief secretaries and director generals of police of all the states and union territories. And during the meeting, certain points were emphasized. One, it was emphasized that the state governments take action, proactive action to prevent any hoarding, and also any blackmarking efforts that are being attempted in the states. Apart from that, it was also emphasized that there needs to be a credible flow of information, and hence they should nominate a state-level spokesperson to provide regular and credible updates to the public. It was also emphasized that they use all their verified official government and social media handles, and district administration should engage with the local media and other media partners in the region to convey the steps that are being taken both by the center and the state for ensuring that there is proper supply of essential goods. It is also emphasized that district collectors, police commissioners and municipal authorities also proactively engage with the public and also serve as visible sources and credible source of information during this period. And apart from that, we also appeal to all the media organizations to actually work in partnership with the local administration to amplify and present the actual position on the ground, and also take forward these initiatives that the government has taken to address the issues that are being that have developed during this last few days.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
The entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number one on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 सिंगल
Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over
Viewers, India is closely watching the evolving energy situation as concerns grow over the LPG availability and also the impact of the global disruptions on the crude and gas supply chains. So the government today briefed, the media saying that India's crude supply remains secure with the refineries operating at high throughput and also, additional cargoes are also expected to arrive soon. And officials have said that nearly 70% of India's crude imports are currently coming from sources outside the Strait of Hormuz, even as contingency plans are being activated to manage the disruptions in the gas and the LPG supplies. However, the government has acknowledged that some gas supplies have been affected due to force majeure, and also there have been, reports of panic LPG bookings in parts of the country. The centre has said that there is no need for panic, adding that there is a priority distribution mechanism is already being put in place for hospitals, educational institutions, and also the domestic consumers. And to understand what this really means for India's energy security, fuel prices, and the supply outlook in the weeks ahead, I'm being joined by Prasenjit Pal, former Executive Director, Nuclear at NTPC. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Mr. Pal, let me just begin with the gas situation there. The government has said that 189 mmSMD is consumed daily, but 47.4 mmSMD, I'd also like you to explain that as well for our viewers, has been, really affected due to the force majeure. So how significant is this disruption for India's energy system?
Purely on an energy perspective, see, I come from the electrical industry, so electricity perspective, there I don't see much of an impact. But if you look at the energy industry as a whole, you see, gas goes in as a feedstock in the chemical industry. Gas is used by multiple industries for both fuel and as a chemical feedstock. Obviously, any disruption in gas source would lead to shortages and, of course, effect on the economy as a whole. In terms of the figures quoted by the government, in terms of the force majeure clauses invoked by certain suppliers, I think there may be a short-term issue, but given the long-term consideration and the fact that the government is already working on corrective measures and to have additional supplies, I think very soon we'll see a full recovery. So I don't really anticipate much of a serious problem at this point of time, given the fact that corrective measures are already on the way.
Okay, so Mr. Pal, if tensions disrupt the shipping, lanes near the Strait of Hormuz, so how quickly would that really begin to, affect the gas fuel supplies, and also how will that affect the power generation?
Again, power generation per se in this country, we are not so much dependent on gas. There are a few gas-based combined cycle plants which are essentially today functioning as only peaking load adjustment units. We do not use the gas-based power plants as a base load station. So our base load comes from coal, hydro, nuclear, and of course, we have the renewable energy also pumping in during the day. So the base load comes from all this, and the gas is essentially used as a very minimal peak offset source, as I may say. So I don't really anticipate much of a problem in the power industry as a whole.
Okay, so there is not much of a concern in the power space is what you're suggesting, but given this volatility in the fossil fuel market, so does this situation really strengthen the case for nuclear energy and also renewables as stable base load like you were suggesting?
And the stable base load comes from coal-based power plants, and the coal-based power plants are sometimes dependent on a little bit of oil support if we go to a very low capacity utilization for flame stability purposes. Given the fact that all the plants have sufficient stock of diesel, LDO as we call it, I don't see any immediate issues with that. But yes, if a unit does trip and to restart the unit, definitely LDO would be required, as a light diesel oil, or HSD as we call it. And maybe in some of the much older plants, even the LSHS or the low sulfur heavy stock may also be used. But then that would not really be much of a issue in the short run. If suppose the disruption continues for a longer period of time, then maybe certain impacts may be seen. But given the fact that, again, our crude sources are now being broad-based and the international scenario is such that we are sourcing more than 70% of our crude from non-Middle East sources or non-Strait of Hormuz routes. So I don't really anticipate much of a problem on that aspect. But yes, on a long-term perspective, if suppose the conflict were to spread, there may be certain business risks. But at the present time, I do not anticipate much of a business risk.
Okay, Mr. Pal, thank you so much. And with that, I'm also being joined by R.S. Sharma, former chairman and MD, ONGC. Welcome to the show, Mr. Sharma. So, Mr. Sharma, the government has said that India's crude supply remains secured. So, from your understanding of global oil logistics, how strong, is India's energy cushion right now?
I feel we have, the worst of situation, we can manage for about 2 months. All the refineries keep for about 25 days crude stock. Then there's a product inventory also. Then there are some orders placed which are on the high seas. Then India has about more than 5 million ton of underground strategic reserve. So taking all these issues together, that's how I said about 2 months would be little less. But right now there's no panic button. Right now it can be managed so far as crude oil is concerned. I'm more worried right now about the gas, where the rationing has already started. Government has issued that budget notification yesterday, prioritizing the sectors. Now this commercial consumers of this LPG, they are under deep the problems. So these issues are there, but that situation has to be managed that way only.
So there is less of a concern when it comes to crude, but more of a concern when it comes to the gas. But yes. Mr. Shah, the officials are saying that around 70% of crude is now coming from non-Hormuz sources. So is India really successfully diversifying the supply routes, or does the Strait of Hormuz still remain a critical vulnerability point?
Looks definitely, even if we are, taking other sources also. And there's a domestic production about, I would say that 10 to 12% of the needs are met by the domestic production. There's about Russia, US, other sources also coming. So what is coming from about, I would say, 40% of our imports, that is dependent on the Gulf states, and that's a very large amount. So some sort of rationing will have to be done, but not right.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Sharma and Mr. Pal, just stay with us. My colleagues Rishabh Bhatnagar and Danish are there on the ground joining us on the bulletin, telling us about the briefing that the government just did a while back. So Danish and Rishabh, what do you have from the government sources, and also what does the meeting really signify?
Well, the biggest message that the government really wants to give to the public is don't panic. There is no need to do any kind of panic buying, and the government said that they have done a little bit study and they have found that the many people that are going to these gas agencies, although they already have cylinders back at home, but they're hoarding, they're trying to black market and all of that. So the government really wants to stop this, and the Joint Secretary from Ministry of Petroleum has also mentioned that India's LPG output has increased by 25% since a few orders were passed by the government, because 90% of the LPG that comes to 60% of the LPG that comes to India, 90% of it is from the Strait of Hormuz. But now, a few days back, the government has passed out a special order in which it has asked the refineries to ensure that the LPG output is at maximum. And on the other hand, if we talk about the crude availability and the ready product availability, it still remains to be in a very secure way. India's energy security, moreover, remains to be very safe and secure.
Right. Danish, what I also found interesting was there was a senior official of the shipping ministry. He spoke about how there are still about 28 vessels that are stuck in the Persian Gulf, 24 of them west of Strait of Hormuz, 4 of them east of Strait of Hormuz. What we're picking up is that there are about 778 Indian citizens across all of these flagged vessels. And what we're picking up is that the government is in direct contact with them when it comes to monitoring them actively. There's also talks about adopting enhanced security measures. That's already been in process since the conflict has started. What the shipping ministry official also said was very interestingly, all major ports are operating normally within India so far. So that is an important update. What we're also seeing is the fact that there was the unfortunate news of 2 Indian nationals that have died. That was confirmed by the MEA spokesperson in the briefing. There's one who still remains missing, and the government very much in contact with the embassies around to sort of figure out what the next steps would be for that. What else did you find interesting, Danish?
Interestingly, the spokesman from MEA also mentioned that in the entire GCC, we have 1 crore Indians over there, and they are looking after each and every one. The embassies and the local missions over there, they have floated out numbers and helplines. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs also set up a room right here in the ministry in New Delhi, which is monitoring the entire situation of that we're seeing in the GCC. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Thank you so much, Danish and Rishabh, for getting us those key takeaways from the meeting, and rightly pointed out by the government that at this crucial juncture, one does not need to panic and one does not need to really start hoarding, the LPG cylinders, because there's ample reserves for the country at the moment. And also, with that, I'm going to get back to my guests, Mr. Sharma and Mr. Pal. So firstly, Mr. Sharma, rightly pointed out by my colleague there, DG Shipping has directed the Indian vessels to adopt, enhanced security measures. So I would just want you to shed some light on that what could really be those measures.
Well, Himanshi, I would excuse myself from this answer because that's not my
it's absolutely fine.
Domain area.
Yes, it's absolutely fine, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Pal, if you could just, take that up, if you have any sort of, knowledge in this regard.
Unfortunately, no, ma'am, because you see, shipping security measures at what time conditions, I am absolutely unaware. I'm sure the Indian Navy would be the apt authority, and the merchant shipping would be the apt authority to comment on that, ma'am.
No worries, Mr. Pal. So, Mr. Pal, we are told that 2 LNG cargoes are already on their way to India. So, will that really be enough to stabilize the supply in the immediate term?
Yeah, 2 LNG cargoes coming to India would definitely help. But then one must look at the number of cargoes that we normally receive on a per week basis. So if the numbers are going to be disrupted, maybe a 5-10% disruption we can handle. If it goes to more than 50%, then there's likely to be an issue. So we have to not just look at these 2 cargoes which are currently en route to India. We have to look at the other cargoes which are scheduled beyond that. So as I said, the government is doing corrective measures, and alternate sources are being tied up. And I'm sure they would be having alternate cargoes also arranged away from these states of Hormuz.
Right. And also, Mr. Sharma, we are told that India currently has around 40 days of crude availability. So in practical terms, how comfortable is that buffer for a country of India's consumption scale?
See, as of now, there's no worry. But God forbid if this war continues longer, then there's a deep worry. We can manage, say, with this kind of thing, we can manage, say, for about a month. Beyond that, then there'll be, panic button will have to be pressed, and then there has to be, strong the measures to restrict consumption, like demand discipline area. There are various measures I have seen in the past, but that can be implemented. But I'm sure right now there is no need for the government to take such extreme measures.
Right, but I would really want you to tell our viewers, although there's no need for those measures, strict measures currently at this particular juncture, but still, if God forbid that situation arises, what are those measures, sir?
Well, I'll just give you the comfort to you and through you, the viewers. When I was heading ONGC in 2007, crude oil price had exceeded $150. In fact, had gone up to $155 a barrel. And I can only tell you the situation got very effectively managed that time also. There were quite a few measures, because I don't want to name those things, because that time the regime was different. Now the regime is different. The outlook would be different. But I know for sure, I have a lot of confidence in our bureaucracy and leadership that they will take effective measures to manage the situation.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for giving us that perspective there. And Mr. Pal, coming to you, the government has said that CNG and PNG for domestic consumers will be, prioritized. So what does really, this really mean for the industries that depend on natural gas?
In case the supply really goes down to a very high percentage, let us say, Obviously, if CNG and PNG supplies are to be prioritized, some curtailment would have to be done somewhere. Now, where would the curtailment be done would depend on the government's perspective of its priorities and the strategic necessities at that point of time. But yes, a certain amount of rebalancing and adjustment would have to be done. One more aspect which I'd like to touch upon is, you see, this Gulf War has really opened up a new concept in terms of sourcing of gas and oil. Because the Iran war has basically shifted the oil and gas industry from a surplus narrative to a very rude awakening to security concerns and the perception of the Hormuz fragility, if I may say so. And therefore, perhaps going forward, whatever new contracts are going to be tied up and signed are going to see some sort of risk pricing, some sort of, contract strategies to manage these kind of risk, and energy security strategies would have to be really seriously looked into by the experts, and a overall balance will have to be maintained so that we don't really hit the panic button. At the same time, we are able to ensure that all the segments of economy are well served by availability of gas.
Right. So, while the government maintains that India's crude supplies remain secure and port operations across the country are stable, viewers, the developments in and around the Strait of Hormuz are clearly being watched very closely, with several Indian vessels currently operating in the Persian Gulf region, and also hundreds of Indian, seafarers on board. Authorities say that monitoring and also security measures have been stepped up. The coming days will be crucial as global energy markets respond to the evolving situation. But for now, the message from the government is one of a caution without alarm, but with systems in place to safeguard the supplies and also keep the essentials fuel flowing across the country. Many thanks to our guests who had joined us on the show, R.S. Sharma and Prasanjit Pal. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. We'll get back to you with more news and updates on the other side of the break.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff,
All of it so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Good evening. This is The Big Question on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza, and tonight we're talking about something that could actually reshape how India balances economic openness with national security. Yes, indeed. It's an important question to ask at this time because the government has eased that Press Note 3. Now, what exactly is that? That's the rule that India introduced at the peak of COVID. And this happened after the Galwan clashes with China, when India decided that any investment coming in from countries that share a land border with us would need prior approval. It was meant to stop opportunistic takeovers at a vulnerable time, and it was clear messaging where China is concerned. So what has changed now is this, that the cabinet has opened a limited automatic route. Now, investments with up to 10% non-controlling beneficial ownership from these neighboring countries can come in without any prior approval, as long as the sectoral caps are respected and Indian owners retain that majority control. Also, there is a 60-day deadline for clearing of proposals in the select manufacturing sectors. So, things like electronic components or capital goods, polysilicon as well, ingot water, all of which means less waiting and more doing, as it were. And companies will still have to report. They will have to report to the DPIIT, also a committee of secretaries. They can expand. They can also tweak the priority sectors, and that would happen over a period of time. So there is that malleability as well. So yes, from everything that we are gathering from Press Note 3 now, and the curbs are being pushed back, this is not a free-for-all. It is more like a carefully marked corridor, encouraging capital and technology to flow into the country, even as we keep the steering wheel firmly in Indian hands. Now, here's an important context, of course, and it is something to point out, because China's equity footprint in India is quite tiny. It is small, roughly about 0.3% of our cumulative FDI, and this over a span of 2 decades. So China's contribution to FDI, not big at all, and yet India-China trade has hit that record $155 odd billion in the year 2025. It grows more than 12% year on year. So in other words, we are saying that we buy a lot from China, but we barely take Chinese equity. So does easing of these rules now, is that finally going to help us correct the mismatch that we see? Or does it introduce a different kind of strategic risk, which is what we're pointing out over there, the risky move? Now, here's a real-world angle as well. Many companies will be watching very closely Press Note 3 now and the curbs that are being pushed back. We're entering a phase where more Indian firms, especially the tech firms, the consumer-facing giants, they may want to re-domicile to India ahead of their IPO sometimes. They may want to restructure their ownership to meet domestic listing norms. So is this going to help them as well? For companies with even a small amount of Chinese shareholding, if they are looking at re-domiciling in India, does Press Note 3 mean that long, uncertain approval timeline is now going to get shortened? Things become easier, the ease of doing business goes up. This relaxation, the question is if it will smoothen out the process for businesses trying to come home and raise capital or restructure even without compromising the guardrails that India considers essential. Which is why the big question on our show today, which is right up there, India softens China's FDI curbs. Is this going to be a growth push for India, or are we looking at this as a risky move? It's an important debate question to ask, even at a time like this when you have tariffs, when countries are looking that much more insular. At a time like this, India is trying to open up to be able to draw FDI. It's a question that I want to take across to a great panel that's joining us on the show. Let me introduce you to them. Well, on the show this evening, we've got market expert Ajay Bagga with us, along with Ashok Chandak, president of IESA, the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association. And the two gentlemen are with Ajay Dua, former Union Secretary for the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And for a legal perspective, Moin Ladda is also with us. He's partner at Khaitan and Company. And Prashir Singh, also on the panel. He's senior research analyst at Counterpoint Research. Thank you all, gentlemen, for making the time and joining us on the big question. The quick format note that I have for you is that we're going to start with a rapid first round of questions. So we know your stand up front. And of course, through the show, you can raise your hand anytime that you want to jump in, to refute, to rebut, to add to any point. I'll bring you in right away. But let me begin by asking Ajay Dua this, that the Press Note 3, does it signal a strategic rethink on India's side? From that blanket restriction that we had to now this calibrated engagement, especially with China, while we are still ring-fencing control and sensitive sectors. Is that what you see happening here?
Thank you for having me on your show, Vikram. I think it is a calibrated move by the government of India to test out how it pans out. They are starting with small kind of a measure, 10%, up to 10%, allowing Chinese investment to come in.
Yeah.
As well as only in 5 sectors of the economy, the time limit of 60 days being put for clearance. How it pans out would really decide when and how the larger measures to attract Chinese investment in a big manner get taken.
But how much will it help? Ajay Bagga, from a market standpoint, will a 10% non-controlling automatic route, of course, with that 60-day clock, will it materially unlock capital into manufacturing or deep tech where India is looking for those kind of investments? Or is this much more of signaling than substance, you'd say?
No, especially for the AIF and the global PE funds, it helps because if they have Chinese LPs, they were having a problem in investing into India and they had to get certifications on what proportion of their LPs were actually Chinese or Chinese ownership. So that way it will help capital come in. But 10% is on the lower side. I think it's still something tentative that at least we have moved ahead after 6 years. We are making a go. And also the 60-day window on the other side. So this is automatic. On the other side, within 60 days, the government will get back with an answer. I think that's a positive. So both are pragmatic moves. You have to be careful about Chinese capital, but the reality is, as the second biggest economy and the provider of capital across the world, you need to participate. Out of the $1 trillion of FDI India has got life to date, Chinese is less than 2.5 billion. So we have hardly got any Chinese FDI. So
are we missing out? Is that the point over here, that are we missing out? Something that used to happen pre-Galvan, pre-COVID is a lot likely to change. What was it before that that we are expecting a big change now?
It wasn't happening earlier also. There is merited distrust of the Chinese. I don't think that changes. So it's not a friendly nation at all. But like Vietnam, which has gone to war with China in the past, it welcomed the Chinese capital, made a success of it, even for 100% export-oriented industries. We need to build the models like a Vietnam, like a Mexico, like Thailand has done, like Malaysia has done.
Yeah.
I think those opportunities are available. And this 10%, I would say, just a start.
So export-oriented is something that Ajay Bagga is pointing out. So it is important to get that Chinese capital in right now, and we've opened a small window, as it were. Ashok Chandak, I want to ask you this. With the fast-track approvals for electronic components, what does it meaningfully change? Will it accelerate supply chain localization? Will there be that many more joint venture formations that that ecosystem really needs right now? How do you see it materially change?
I would say this is a very good move, actually. And I want to just bring some numbers over here to set the context. See, India's electronics manufacturing is growing very fast. Everybody is aware. We are looking at about $400 billion by 2030. But still, we continue to import large percentage of, almost more than 50% of the components, passive, the connectors, the PCBs, including semiconductors. And many of these product types, the China is already leading. So China commands more than 50% of the PCB share in the worldwide. China commands almost 45 to 50% share into the electronics manufacturing. On a passives, there are 35% plus and so forth.
Right.
And India has been trying very hard to create that localization. We had an ECMS scheme, Electronic Component Manufacturing Scheme, which was announced just about 9 months ago, and almost 46 projects are approved under that. But even within that also, we have seen many companies were submitting the proposal with Chinese counterparts as a technology partners and other stuff. And China has already shown an example that they can scale up very fast, and the products and technologies what they have may not be strategically so critical, important, but they have that skill sets.
Yes.
So we do expect that this is going to really help actually to bring some of the Chinese companies to set up the operations in India with joint ventures and also technology transfers. It will ease out this ECMS scheme expansion. And looking at the total numbers, actually, we are really very positive about this, considering this all share, which is almost $15 to $18 billion electronics component opportunity today, which is going to call close to $40 billion by 2030. So it's quite good. And not necessarily everything will come from China. I want to just add 1 second, maybe a 30 second. And I would not name the country. One particular country, they decline to provide the technology or setting up in India for a very passive component, because there are very few companies have that capability. Now with this China also, the things would change. Because the
Chinese will have their own reservations about. But even the Chinese will have certain reservations about sharing certain technologies.
Absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
That can happen as well. So we are opening up a small window, things that we really need, but how much the Chinese are willing to share, that's still up in the air. Prachur Singh, we're talking about what can happen in that ecosystem, since smartphone assembly is not on the fast track list. Do you think the components first kind of policy is still going to move the needle on India's electronics competitiveness? Do we bank on the Chinese for this, even with a small window?
Yeah, I think components are the right way to go forward.
Okay.
See, India right now, if you talk about smartphone manufacturing, India is almost 100% assembling the smartphones here locally. What we lack right now is the expansion of the components ecosystem, and that is where we have to open our arms, to welcome China and Chinese companies to actually transfer the technology to Indian companies. And the move currently by the Indian government, is a welcome step in that direction.
Okay.
And we have seen from the government of India that electronics manufacturing is a strategic focus in terms of Indian manufacturing, and I believe this is the right step going forward.
Fair enough. But from a legal and regulatory kind of perspective, Moin Ladha, does the definition of the beneficial ownership, which is of course aligned to the prevention of money laundering rules, those PMLA rules, and also keeping the Indian majority control, do these combine to create a more clear, enforceable, a safe middle ground where India is concerned? Or are you spotting any ambiguities here?
Thank you so much for having me on the show. I think the first thing really is that the definition of beneficial ownership was always a challenge from the time this was notified.
Correct.
People relied on Companies Act rules of significant beneficial owners. We relied on PMLA rules, which was 25, then came to 10%. So this does add a lot of value and gives needed clarity, because there was a lot of concerns so far as regulated, unregulated sectors investments was being undertaken. That being said, control is a very, very specific term that is mentioned in this, and that's where the issue lies. And I think you picked it up, that what will amount to control, what kind of rights in the agreement would amount to control, and how would really we get access to capital, technology in a joint venture or a collaboration while we are trying to ring fence complete strategic influence.
Yeah.
So that aspect still has certain ambiguity. But this morning I've been having calls with clients, and one other issue that's come up is that there's a reference to capital goods as one of the 60-day period fast-tracked industries. And what are those capital goods? What is the DPIT reporting? All of that nuances will be clearer when we see the press note and the notifications to the non-debt instrument rules coming.
Yes. So, of course, more clarifications required. But Mr. Dua, when you talk about China's actual FDI in India, I started out by saying it is very small. So then one wonders whether we are overreacting to the small minority stakes over here, or you think it's still smart for India to be careful over here, because even the small investments can carry a lot of strategic influence. We've seen that the US also has been very wary. How should India then screen such investments in what could be a practical, more workable way?
I think the very fact that after considerable time, we've opened up the window to the Chinese as well as to the Indians to get partners from joint venture partners from there. I think within a few months of having done that, we should revisit the question and see whether if we could be, I'm putting it in inverted commas, we could be a little more liberal.
Yeah.
And I say it from 2 points of view. One, if we continue to, is it better to continue to import the items, or is it preferable to manufacture here? Today, as you pointed out, Vikram, yourself, we have a huge deficit with China, a trade deficit which is almost $100 billion.
Yeah.
Our exports are puny, 25 to 30 billion, and we import over $125 billion worth from there. So we need to worry about that as well and see what is really the limit which we could go with.
Yes.
At the same time, ensuring that the control does not pass to the Chinese in any manner. So they would have to be minority partners, and that minority could be 26% kind of a thing, which I believe was looked at, but then the government decided that
there will be certain sectors, sir. Mr. Dua, there will be certain sectors where you will require, as far as India's needs and growth potential is concerned, you need that much more of, Chinese technology, Chinese capital as well. And I want to ask Ashok Chandak this, because the electronics component ecosystem that we are talking about, that is still quite thin. So then when you talk about the components, do you see them benefiting first from the faster 60-day approvals? Will it be the PCBs, the camera modules, the displays, the passives you were talking about? Which are the gaps that can realistically be closed in the next year or so, thanks to Press Note 3 and the curbs getting pulled back?
See, I will give you one example. Yesterday, there is already an announcement of Dixon.
Yes.
One of the important company in the country in electronic sector, 30% equity by HKC. So that's the first example already live, that the Chinese companies have appetite and interest to invest and capitalize on India demand as well as global prospects. Also, we should know many worldwide countries are looking at China plus one model, and that gives some kind of a window to Chinese companies to invest in other countries. And India could be one of them, actually, from where they could also export the products if they find difficulty while sending it from China. Now, having said that, I would clearly see that the PCBs is one sector which is ramping up very fast, and that's about global market size of about $90 billion, 55% market share for China. That's one could benefit. China is already leading. Second is on a passive components. These are all small components